distinct problem.
Too much of your time. I think we are eager to welcome you all. Thank you for making your time on, especially on this weekend. And we'll start the welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Graham.
For too long, we have all been living in a man's world. A world created by men, run by men, for men. And in this world, there are specific normalcies, certain structures that have been put into place that cater to a man's skills, his needs, personal requirements, and ideal conditions for success. However, in society today, our world now is no longer run only by men. Women are rising through the ranks. We are gaining traction, gaining power, gaining status. In fact, the female demographic in the workforce has of late reached staggering numbers. There are more women in leadership positions than ever before, taking on high-level management roles. According to the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics, 46.8% of the United States workforce is female. That's almost half of the entire workforce made up of women. In the corporate world, there are even standards put into place, demographic requirements that want more women taking on higher level leadership roles. Our power and our gain in traction has even gotten to the extent where there are certain fields in which a woman surpasses a man in number. There's accounting, human resources, primary education, nursing, all in which women are the dominant gender. The bottom line here is that today's world is not only run by a man. The issue with this, however, is that women do not fit into those normalcies put into place by men. We see this very blatantly, it's very obvious and clear. The whole idea of there being a glass ceiling. The fact that women have had to share their experience of shattering a glass ceiling in order to rise through the corporate ladder just goes to show that there are so many difficulties, so many obstacles and barriers in our way just because of our gender. The gender wage gap, the fact for the same job, women are still getting paid less than men, just goes to further show that difficulty. But what I'm talking about today is not about the gender wage gap or about that glass ceiling. What I want to discuss is something a lot more subtle, a lot more innate, something we may have never thought about or even considered. And that is in the field of scheduling and productivity. In my first semester of college, I took a class called expository writing. Now, this class is notoriously difficult. The readings are extremely complex and hard to understand. The assignments we get based off of them are equally as perplexing, and it's overall very difficult to get an A in that class. In this sea of difficult and hard to understand texts we had to read, there was one that stood out, one that actually, unbelievably, really made sense. And that was written by Gia Tolentino. She wrote a novel called Trick Mirror, in which there was an excerpt named Always Be Optimizing. And in this text, Tolentino basically analyzed our society, the structures that we have put into place, which make a woman feel constantly pressured, that make a woman feel constantly forced to be optimized, to be maintaining consistent productivity levels all the time. And this brings certain questions to mind, such as, why is there such a constant need and push for productivity? Why is it so looked down upon when we have an off day, when we're not able to perform at our 110%? And finally, and most importantly, why is it so difficult for a woman to be maintaining that same level of productive output every single day of the month and every single moment of the day? The answer to this lies in the human biological clock and its human biological cycles. Our normal 24-hour schedule is based on something called the circadian rhythm, which is the most fundamental, basic human biological clock. This circadian rhythm is one that is 24 hours long, and it follows the sleep-wake cycle. The central and key player here is melatonin, or our sleep hormone. Now, all of these biological clocks and cycles are dictated by hormones. They influence our lives, our emotions, our moods so greatly. Essentially, what melatonin does is it follows the light-dark cycle that occurs in a 24-hour day. This is very simple to understand. During the nighttime, when there's no light outside, when it's dark and the sun has set, is when melatonin is released, which makes us feel tired. We have lack of energy, we feel fatigued. And then in the morning, as the sun rises, we get melatonin is suppressed. And what this causes is an increase in energy levels. This makes us more alert and focused. The circadian rhythm, or this biological clock, is one that both men and women share. It's a commonality we have in our anatomic structure. So then, what's the issue? Why is it so difficult for women to maintain consistent levels of productivity? The difference lies in the gender-specific hormone cycles. It lies in the fact that the male hormone cycle aligns almost perfectly with the circadian rhythm. The central hormone in the male hormone cycle is testosterone, and the fluctuations of testosterone follow a 24-hour cycle, just like the circadian rhythm. In the beginning of the day, there's that first spike in testosterone levels, which make a man very energetic, focused, competitive, aggressive, independent, task-oriented. And then in the middle of the day, testosterone reaches its second peak, which is a little bit shorter, but it makes a man still very task-focused and very independent. And finally, as the day comes to an end, during nighttime, testosterone reaches its lowest peak. And that's where we see the third and final peak in these levels. And this is what makes a man a lot more calm, a lot more tired, energy levels go down. So you can see how the circadian rhythm and male hormone cycle work in perfect conjunction with each other. They work symbiotically. As melatonin increases during nighttime, testosterone decreases, and they produce the same exact effect: tiredness, sleepiness, lack of energy. And the same goes vice versa for the daytime. The female hormone cycle is a little bit more complex. We are not this simple. The female hormone cycle is a type of infradian rhythm, which conveniently by definition is simply a hormone cycle or a biological cycle with a period longer than the circadian rhythm, a period that's longer than 24 hours. The women's menstrual cycle has a period that is 28 days long. So obviously you can see where this alignment is already not occurring. We have a 24-hour cycle versus 28 days. Elisa Vitti is a women's menstrual health expert and a functional nutritionist. And she brings up this idea called cycle syncing, which is basically using the hormonal fluctuations during the women's menstrual cycle, understanding them, and catering our diet and exercise regimen in order to maximize our physical health, in order to make us as physically healthy as possible. So now imagine we took that same concept of cycle syncing and understanding those hormone fluctuations and applied it to the fields of scheduling and productivity. How efficient could we become? In order to do this, we must first understand, briefly, the female hormone cycle. It is broken up into 4 stages, the first of which is known as the follicular phase. During this time, it's characterized by an increase in estrogen levels. Progesterone levels are still at a low, and there's sometimes a tiny spike in testosterone. What this causes, the neurochemical effect that this has on our bodies, is an increase in positive mood, an increase in confidence, and an increase in creativity. With the hormonal changes that are occurring during each phase of the menstrual cycle come certain superpowers, certain enhanced skills and qualities that we get due to the neurochemical balance in our brains. Next, we have the ovulatory phase, which is simply when a woman's estrogen levels peak. During this time, not only do the estrogen levels peak, but so do communication and collaboration skills. So that is exactly our superpower during this phase: verbal skills, communication, collaboration. We are the most efficient communicators that we can be during this particular phase. Next is our luteal phase, which is also known as the power phase. This is when our progesterone levels start to rise. And now progesterone is an extremely interesting hormone in that it has a calming effect on the brain. What it does is it stimulates our brain's GABA receptors. And this has a calming effect on our brain that soothes us. It has that anti-anxiety effect. And because of this, we become very focused, very task-oriented. We are extremely determined and efficient during this time. So bringing tasks to completion is our superpower during the luteal phase. And finally, last but not least, we have the menstrual phase of the menstrual cycle. Unfortunately, this is more commonly known as her time of month. We cast such a negative view on the menstrual phase. We characterize it as a time of irritability, mood swings, emotional instability, but it's not only that. During this time is when estrogen levels and progesterone levels decrease. Estrogen has an influence on serotonin, or our feel-good, happy hormone. So it's evident and it's completely reasonable why a woman is going to experience some emotional instability during this time. But not only that, we get superpowers here as well. And here our superpower is in thinking. It's in self-evaluation, retrospection, introspection. We are the most efficient thinkers we can be during this time. So all of that probably sounds well and good, cycle syncing, but is it really practical? Is this really going to work, especially in the corporate environment? The simple answer is no. And that's simply because of the fact that the corporate world doesn't care about any hormone cycles. It doesn't care about your progesterone levels, or your estrogen levels, or your testosterone levels. What it cares about is money. And I think it's a completely appropriate generalization to make when we say that the entire world runs on the monetary cycle. In order to make cycle syncing practical, in order to make it something viable and something that makes sense, we need to understand productivity and the true definition of it. Productivity is not just how efficient we are at work. It is not simply how much we are able to complete in our 9-to-5 careers. And this is due to the simple fact that we are so much more than our professional lives. We are so much more than our 9-to-5. We are so much more than our employers. Yes, we have professional lives, but on top of that, we also have home lives, family lives, social lives, romantic lives. We have friends, families, passions, interests, hobbies that we are all pursuing alongside our careers. Therefore, we must first understand that productivity is optimizing the balance of all of those different positions and titles and aspects of our lives. In doing so, and in applying cycle syncing, the first step that we must achieve, the most fundamental basic thing that we must accomplish, is the removal of stigma surrounding the women's menstrual cycle. It is doing exactly what I'm doing right now, standing up and having an open, honest, accepting discussion about something that is labeled as taboo. It is completely unacceptable and atrociously ridiculous that in a world where women are running companies, running conglomerates, running countries, that there is so much shame and there is so much shunning of what is simply a natural biological process for her. There is no reason that a girl should be ashamed of having her period. There is no reason that a woman should have to hide the fact. And there's no reason that us as a society should throw so much shame on that subject as a whole. We must remove this stigma. We must have this open, honest discussion. But that is only the first step. In order to cycle sync, and in order to use this concept efficiently, we must also understand the application of it. How can we cycle sync? How can we use our superpowers and introduce them into every aspect of our daily lives? To do so, in the follicular phase, which is characterized by that increase in positivity, increase in confidence, creativity. This is literally a perfect neurochemically designed moment to ask our job for that promotion at work or for the raise. In our social lives, this is the perfect time to spearhead projects with all of that creativity. This is the perfect time to be starting new hobbies or pursuing the ones we already have because of that increase in creativity. Moving on to the ovulatory phase, where we have those communication skills and collaboration skills that are at their peak. This is when we can pursue the most networking opportunities. This can be when we make the most plans to hang out with our friends, simply because our superpower in this phase is communication, and therefore socializing a lot is not going to deplete our energy levels, thereby making us productive. In the luteal phase, when we are extremely task-oriented, efficient, and powerful, this can be when we spearhead the project at work that we have due in upcoming months. This can be when we go and attack all of those household projects that we have been meaning to do. Painting a new wall, putting up new wallpaper, building a couple pieces of IKEA furniture, because let's be real, those require a lot more energy and focus than those manuals make it look. And finally, our menstrual phase, which again, I want to reiterate is not only negative, there are positive benefits and superpowers here as well. When we are the most efficient thinkers that we can be, this can be when we brainstorm for the next month, reflect on the past month, and figure out what we need to do next. The lower levels of energy during this time are our body literally telling us to please take a break, please slow down, we need it. Understanding this can let us do things that require a lot less energy without feeling guilt. Binge watching those shows on Netflix, because let's be real, we all have so many to catch up on. And spending time with our family, spending time with our loved ones, doing things that do not require as much energy. It's clear that cycle syncing has so many practical applications. Once we understand the true definition of productivity, it is not a thing that doesn't seem viable at all. It makes a lot of sense. And in a world where women are rising up the ladder, we are rising through the ranks, we are increasing in rank and social status, we need to make sure that we can take advantage of all the things and opportunities that our own body is giving us. Women were meant to be strong. We were meant to be powerful. We were meant to be successful. We were never meant to stick to the confines of society or stick under the shadow of the stereotypes that society has cast upon us. Let us take an understanding of our hormonal fluctuations. Let us remove the stigma surrounding them and understand our powers to do what we all want to do best and ensure that we can always be optimizing.
What you spoke about was really interesting and eye-opening to me. So my question to you is, this is not common knowledge, right? A lot of us have knowledge maybe of one or two aspects of the cycle, but not the entire cycle that you went through. What is your thoughts in terms of what would be the best source of disseminating this information? Is it schooling? Is it at the corporate level? Who has the onus of sort of distributing that knowledge?
The fundamental thing is that we all start in school. We're all learning about our periods, about the menstrual cycle from middle school even. In 6th grade, I believe, is when they taught us family life and went into all these topics. And it was disappointing now, knowing everything that I know, that they only taught us really how to use period products and a little bit about what's really going on in our bodies. We never went into all of these phases. The girls that are entering schooling now are who are going to be entering the corporate world in 10, 15 years. They need to understand this and learn it in 6th grade, in their family life class, so that they can apply it when they reach that corporate world. The fact that we haven't done this yet means that, of course, there are older women who do not know this concept as well. So it's equally as important for us to be disseminating this information in a corporate environment. But I believe that the most powerful source of doing so is going to be a school.
Yeah, I don't know if this is, am I audible? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I want to say I'm speechless, but I gotta ask this question anyway. So this is eye-opening for sure. My question is two-part. One is, are there certain professions which lend themselves to adoption of this construct approach? Because I like to think that I'm part of the modern world. I work in firms and companies where these are not this presentation or the ideas that you presented, but the idea of women's leadership or advancing in roles, breaking the glass ceiling are things that are embraced. But I don't think it's informed as scientifically as this. So my question is, how does that happen, and what's sort of the engagement with the corporate world and the leadership to bring this to light and adopt it, and so that they can benefit from this? So it's a two-part question.
Right. So first about the corporate world, and if there's any field that really lends itself to the application of this, the unfortunate answer is that not really, and that's simply because of the lack of education, the lack of information on this topic. There are scientific studies that have been done proving all of those superpowers I've talked about, but we never really discuss those. So that's why, as I said before, in terms of disseminating this information, schools are, yes, the most primary source that we should go to, but applying it to the corporate world, making workshops. We always have workshops or discussions in companies or in corporations. Introducing this as one of those topics is going to ensure that we can get this message of cycle syncing and the superpowers our menstrual cycle provides to everybody, not just girls, but also the women who are already working in our workforce.
Yeah, so I'm going to have a little fun. Okay? So you did a fantastic job. You did everything good, but I'm just going to give you a different perspective and ask you a question. Is that fair?
No, totally fair.
Okay. So you talked about cycle, diversity, women, everything. The world, everything is on cycle. Everything. Even the earth, moon, sun, financial, I work in financial economy, everything is a cycle.
Right.
And it's all about optimizing.
Right.
So what are you trying to tell us? That, hey, the women's cycle, and if I tap it right, I could break the glass ceiling? Or are you saying they are not actually using it right? What is the message that you're trying to tell here?
So the message is that women have already been breaking glass ceilings. We've heard about it in so many people's experiences, but there is so much more we can do. I think there's a whole field of unexplored possibility that a woman hasn't been able to tap into simply because she hasn't tapped into her cycle. She hasn't paid attention to those hormonal fluctuations. So doing this and understanding our superpower is going to open up a whole world of potential for women.
And you think they have not done it?
I think that there's so much more we can do.
Thank you.
Excellent. I made a very persuasive argument about the productivity, superpowers. My question is, are there other factors beyond the two hormonal differences that significantly impact on the productivity, cultural, family, and many other factors?
Right. This, of course, because so many factors affect our hormone cycles. There's so many things that affect those testosterone fluctuations, the estrogen and progesterone fluctuations, and stress is one of the big components. The idea here is that if we can use our cycle to optimize, to manage that balance the best we can, then hopefully we would also be able to in turn increase productivity levels and thereby decrease stress levels to some extent. So that won't be as important or have that much of an effect on our cycle. Because of course there's going to be so many external factors. The entire female hormonal graph, that is just a generalization. In fact, even women, every single individual female has such a different cycle. For some of it, it's not even exactly 28 days long. Those external factors definitely come into play, but by understanding what our hormones can do and what stage we're in, despite having a little bit of fluctuation, we can still use those superpowers.
About older women, postmenopausal.
Very good point, because of course there's a very big demographic of women in the workforce who don't have a menstrual cycle anymore. And we can still apply cycle syncing, or we can apply the hormonal effect on productivity in the same way. And it is simply by recognizing that after menopause, those progesterone and estrogen levels start to even out. They start to level out and they're kind of low. They don't go up and down in the way that they did when we were menstruating. So this causes a little bit of a decrease in energy, but the energy levels are consistent. And that in itself is a superpower, because now we don't have to deal with a drop in energy when we're menstruating. We're not going to have that anymore because it's consistent throughout.
First a quick question. When you chose this subject, did you know that there were going to be 4 out of 5 men sitting here in the audience? And
No, I didn't know.
The serious question, now that you have all this knowledge and you've done all this research, what are you gonna do with it?
I've already started to implement cycle syncing in my own life. I'm a big believer in practicing what you preach, and I can tell you from personal experience that this actually works. The superpowers are real. They actually do enhance. And I've applied it in many aspects of my life. For example, being a dancer and being on Rutgers competitive dance team, there's a lot of work that goes into that, especially being an executive board member. And there's a lot of responsibility on choreo, which requires a lot of creativity. Every month we have a certain goal to get to, choreographing an 8 count, or choreographing 2 minutes of our piece. And I make sure that I am really focusing on getting that done during that follicular phase, during that phase of increased creativity. And it really is much more efficient because of that spike in creativity during this time. So I've already applied it myself. I just really want for everybody to apply it themselves as well, or every woman to apply it.
Does the audience have any questions? Amy,
Don't be shy, please. I love your questions.
Sasha wants more questions.
I'll take more questions.
Guess not. Big round of applause for Sasha.
Don't compare your behind the scenes to someone else's highlight reel. This lesson has been taught to millions of people for many years. We spend so much time on different phone applications and technologies that what we see morphs into how we think. My life changed when I got a phone. I remember when I was begging my parents for one, I gave the classic excuses. I won't get addicted, I won't get a social media, it's only for emergencies. What did I do the first 15 minutes I had a phone? I already had Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and more. I'm like any other teenager in America. The second I feel any boredom, I can go on these apps and pass time by. But spending all of this time on different technologies has a dark side. I remember shortly after my phone, during my 8th grade lunch period, I was playing basketball with a couple of friends. After an intense game, we were standing in a circle just talking about life, and there was a group of girls behind us. I couldn't help but overhear that they were talking about famous Instagram models and how they'll never be as pretty as them, or they wish they could look like them one day. I didn't say anything to hide the fact that I was eavesdropping, but what they said lingered in my mind for a long time, and I still remember it to this day. It never crossed my mind that just pressing that simple post button could have such a significant impact on someone else's self-esteem. I wasn't affected by anything until years later. Throughout my life, I never had the greatest body. I was a stick in early childhood, but quickly turned very large once I developed an addiction to junk food and video games. In 8th grade, a friend convinced me to join the wrestling team. I thought, why not? And went for it. And that's where I fell in love with exercise. I did long distance running throughout my freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior year. But I always had a terrible diet. This caused me to have a bit of a belly. And all that cardio combined with zero weightlifting also made me have zero muscle. I basically had the least admirable body. During sophomore year, during quarantine, I watched all the Marvel movies with my family. And one thing that really stuck out to me about those movies was how every male superhero would have the most insane bodies, and how every female in or out of the movies would thirst over them. Now, my body was the polar opposite of theirs. I was chubby with zero muscle, while they had the body of a Greek god while being shredded like an athlete. The realization that I really don't look that great slowly turned into a deep-seated insecurity within me. From that day forward, I cut how much I ate in half and began running 6 miles every single day. After months of hard work and dedication, I lost 16 pounds. But all that cardio did was just make me skinny. I wanted to look like a movie star. I begged my parents for many months to get me a barbell, a bench, and a set of dumbbells in my basement, and eventually they said yes. I began lifting there every day, but I was eating very little, which caused me to not make that much progress. I later on researched a bunch, came up with the optimal training, diet plan, and I got myself a gym membership. From then on, I was making progress. My one dream was that one day I look in the mirror and I'm proud of who I see. And one day, I stepped in front of the mirror, flexed every muscle I could, sucked in my stomach as much as possible, and I still wasn't proud. How? How could I work so hard and still not be proud of who I see in the mirror? Maybe I just need to work harder, right? During my senior year, when school reopened, I began going to the weight room with a bunch of my friends every single day. Some of them had been working out since the very start of high school, so their bodies were amazing, and I started to look at them as an inspiration. One day after an intense workout, I was walking back to the locker room with my best bodied friend. I put my ego aside and mustered up the courage to ask one simple question. What should I do to look more like you? Now, I expected to see their face brighten up, honored that I would ask them such a nice question, and honored that I looked at them as an inspiration. But all that faced me was a look of confusion. What? I look terrible. What? I'm so fat. What? I'm nothing to look up to. I was flabbergasted. How could he see himself that way? To me, he looks amazing, but he looks at himself the same way that I look at myself. I asked a few of my other friends the same question, but I was faced with the same answer. I then asked them, how do you see yourself that way? And all of them gave me the same answer. Body dysmorphia. Some of them even opened up to me, saying that they go as far as to eat one meal a day because they hate how they look. I went home that day and researched what is body dysmorphia, and what I found shocked me. Its definition fit every person in that weight group, including myself. Body dysmorphia is when you see yourself as less fit and less attractive than you actually are. You look in the mirror and think, oh, my eyes are too big, my teeth are too yellow, I'm not that fit, I'm too short. You eat yourself up inside. The effects of this constant self-belittlement are disastrous. It can tank one's self-confidence, ability to socialize, and some will go as far as to not leave the house because they're ashamed of how they look. A study from the National Library of Medicine took over 200 adolescents and asked them simple questions on how they feel about their appearance. And the results shook me to my core. 76% said that they find features of their body to be ugly and unattractive. And a majority of them said that they think about these features multiple times a day. The most surprising fact for me was that 57% said that they chose not to attend social events because they hate how they look. It breaks my heart to imagine an adolescent missing out on sleepovers, birthday parties, and other lifelong memories just because they're not proud of their appearance. I have personal experience with this. One of my friends refused to go to another friend's birthday party because they weren't happy with how they looked and their skin had just broken out hours prior. And I had to convince them that it's okay, no one's gonna pay that much attention. And eventually they decided to go because of my advice. And they were happy they didn't miss out on that memory. The study also asked adolescents what were their most common insecurities for both men and women. For men, being seen as not muscular was first, with acne and height taking second and third. For women, being seen as overweight was first, with skin complexion and facial hair taking second and third. Now, this entire study just goes to show that body dysmorphia and body insecurity is not only a problem, but an epidemic. Now, where does this problem come from? It has a variety of stems, like OCD, perfectionism, abuse, a bad self-image, a lot of reasons, but to not take up too much of your time, I'll sum it up into two simple reasons: perfectionism and a bad self-esteem. People who have OCD or who are inclined to be a perfectionist are very harsh on their bodies and are never proud of how they look. This leads to body dysmorphia. People who have dealt with abuse, rejection, bullying have a lower self-esteem. This leads to body dysmorphia. Genetics also definitely play a role. In fact, if a child's parents have body dysmorphia, they are 4 to 8 times more likely to develop it. But the sad truth is, body dysmorphia is actually incredibly understudied. In fact, there have been 16 times more studies regarding OCD than body dysmorphia, even though more people in the US have body dysmorphia than OCD. There's also an evolutionary reason to this problem. Through millions of years of evolution, Humans have learned that the better we look and the more successful we are, the higher chance we have of finding a mate. Finding a mate leads to having offspring. Is it not the goal for every species on Earth to reproduce, to keep the species going, to save it from extinction? Yes, and that same thing applies to humans. This evolutionary trait gives us the habit of comparing ourselves to other people and the constant push to look better. Now, everything I've said so far culminates to one thing. The man in the mirror is an illusion. When you look in the mirror, you don't see the real you. You see an illusion. You see how you want yourself to look like in the future, and you don't see all the amazing qualities that you currently have. The human mind is harsh, it's critical, it's ruthless, but it's also sensitive. In fact, a simple girl just looking at a Barbie doll makes her feel worse about herself. And the introduction of social media does us no favors. With just the touch of a button, you can compare yourselves to some of the most attractive people on Earth and see the best of your friends' camera rolls. With improvements in artificial intelligence and technology, things are only going to get worse. I predict that in just a few years, with the touch of a button, you can make yourself look skinnier or more muscular on any Instagram post you please. Now, who creates this illusion? Can you believe that there are industries in this world that thrive off the insecure? The goal of their advertisements is to make you feel worse about yourselves. One of these companies or industries is the beautification industry. The goal for many advertisements for skin, hair, and makeup products is to make people feel worse about themselves. Why do you think all of these advertisements are full of supermodels and celebrities? It's to make you feel like you need to buy these products to reach their heights. Another subset of the beautification industry are beauty pageants. Beauty pageants target adults, teenagers, and even children. To me, there is nothing more disgusting than a child beauty pageant. Adults ranking children on most to least attractive, ranking them on how cute they can look in front of an audience. Does that not appall you? Another industry that makes people feel more insecure is the movie industry. Companies like Marvel and DC give their actors very little time to make insane transformations. What does this do? This forces them into steroid use. This may come as a shock to the uninitiated, but almost every jacked star that you see on the big screen is on steroids, and they're forced under contracts by these movie companies to lie about it. I want to introduce you to Chris Hemsworth. Marvel forced him to make the transformation from a young, skinny Australian young adult to Thor, the god of thunder, in just 1 year. What does this do? This forces him into steroid use to actually get the part. And he has to lie about it. I can't imagine how many young teenagers followed Chris Hemsworth's exact diet and workout plan, hoping that they looked like the god of thunder in the same time frame that he did it in, and were heartbroken when they weren't able to do the same thing. Clearly, this issue goes deep, and what we have done so far is not good enough. For example, the body positivity movement. This movement had the right idea: make people feel better in their skin, right? But how it was done was incorrect. It glorified having an unhealthy lifestyle and having an unhealthy body and communicated that that's perfectly fine. All this did was kill the innocent. I have 3 possible solutions that, if implemented, could make a huge difference. First, CEOs and decision makers have to realize if their advertisements and their products are hurting the self-esteem of the next generation. They have to realize by them making a profit, they could be hurting someone else's self-esteem. They could be hurting an innocent soul. Second, all of you. Yes, I mean you. I see CEOs, researchers, college students, and future success stories in this very room. Use your platform or your future platform to spread awareness on this idea. Team up with universities and other researchers to research this problem. For a problem that's taking over this world, it makes no sense that there's so little research. Research leads to better solutions. Third, only the creator can destroy their own creation. Look within yourselves. See what all of these industries and social media platforms are doing to your self-esteem. Next time you find yourself comparing yourself to someone else, think about all the amazing qualities that you have today. Yes, it's amazing to have goals for the future, to strive to be better, but those goals cannot come at the expense of your mental health. The future for this problem is unknown, but I know that it is hopeful. For now, we can start by spreading the simple idea that the man in the mirror is an illusion, a facade created by your insecurities. Thank you. Of course, freedom of expression is incredibly important in any social media platform, and I think that there would be a global outrage if people tried to censor what people were saying in all these platforms and prevented people from advertising their products. One solution that I have is change how we advertise them. I remember when I was growing up watching shows on Nickelodeon, there would be ads for Proactive, which is this acne medication. And I thought that how they marketed it was perfect. They got people who tried the product, just typical teenagers like the people that were watching the programs, and showed their before and after and said, yes, it did make a big difference, and this difference could be possible if you try a product. That's a great way to market it, and that prevents people from hurting themselves. Another way that companies do it in a wrong way is if they get supermodels to strut down the runway and say, if you want to look like me, get this product. All that does is just make people compare themselves to these supermodels. And I think that social media and these social media companies shouldn't restrict companies from advertising their products, but the companies themselves should take note on how they can advertise it without hurting the innocent.
Keshav, very persuasive argument. I had a question. You have listed here BS in economics and finance. Are you sure you don't want to pursue mental health? I was really impressed with all the knowledge that you showed and described as it relates to the body image. The body image issues existed many years even before social media existed or even thought about. Looking back at my teenage years and that era, it's always existed. My question to you is this, I'm trying to, as I was listening to you, I was thinking of this singer who uses a very heavy and uses her weight or his body to promote that, acceptance of what you are. I can't remember her name. I don't listen to her
It's Lizzo.
music, but I remember reading about it. I was really, blown away and inspired by that. Do you remember that name?
Lizzo.
Lizzo.
Yeah. So the idea behind what she's doing is great because a lot of people are overweight and that's perfectly fine and natural and it happens. And what she's doing is right in a sense in that she's just saying that it's okay, I can still look beautiful and be overweight, that's perfectly fine. But what the body positivity movement overall communicated was that it glamorized an unhealthy lifestyle. And I think that that's incredibly unhealthy, where people who are dealing with these problems shouldn't hate themselves because that's horrible for anyone to deal with. But they should always work hard to make sure that their health is at the best it can be. And what you said before about going into mental health, I think that mental health can be applied to any field in that in any business, we can always implement mental health strategies for the work-life balance of the employees themselves and whoever buys our products. So, yeah.
So, I have a question for you. It's agreed that unethical business practices and marketing is wrong, and we get done that with that. So let's keep that separate, right? If somebody is false marketing, that's a different problem, right? Let me come back to this because I enjoy watching Marvel movies. But see, there is a line between inspiration and being deceived. If we look at everything and think that's bad, but where do we get that inspiration sometimes?
The thing I was talking about for the Marvel movies about being deceived was that it could be inspirational, but I'm not a fan of how they lie that their stars are natural and they're forced to lie about it because it just gives teenagers false expectations.
No, Marvel was just an example.
Oh.
I'm just generally talking about a line between inspiration and deceiving. You need things like looking at somebody and getting inspired. You're doing economic and finance. Maybe the whole Berkshire Hathaway will look like, oh my God, I want to be like Warren Buffett, right? Or are you going to hate it?
No. Okay. So there is a fine line between inspiration and being deceived. So anyone can be inspired by anyone. If you look around the room, you'll see people and everyone has great qualities and you can learn from them. Where I think that someone is being deceived is when lies come into play. So if any industry or any singular person is lying, that all that does is hurt someone, and they're hurt when they aren't able to reach their same heights. So anyone can be an inspiration, but if someone is an inspirational figure, that person has to be honest to not deceive other people.
Good job. Going back to wrestling and when you first looked in the mirror versus when you look in the mirror today, what do you see?
I'm still a work in progress. I haven't fully been content with how I look, and I'm always going to work to be better, but it's definitely better than it was before. I have made a lot of progress in the time it's been since my sophomore year, and I always acknowledge the difference from when I started to how I look now, but I always see myself as a work in progress, and I still deal with the same problems that I have dealt with before. And I think that with the practices that I said in my possible solutions, it's possible in a long time and with a lot of work for myself and with the people around me that I'm sure that I will have a big difference in my issues later on.
Just want to admire your strength in publicly, talking about what you've struggled with. It's really admirable.
From what I've seen with my friends that I work out with, all of them deal with these problems, and I think that it's important to have a voice to actually talk about it and make people feel more comfortable with talking about it.
Not so fast.
Oh, sorry.
So again, very intriguing topic, just like the previous one was. I have a slightly contrarian view, and it stems from the fact that industry has and always will continue to be exploitative, right? And someone talked about the money cycle, and that's in full effect in this place. That's the reason why these things happen. So anywhere there's an opportunity, industry will exploit. Of course, with the customary nod to any corporate social responsibility. Now, as the previous speaker said, it all starts in school. So you talked about how the industry, the businesses, they'll do what benefits them the most. But what is being done to infuse more of a spine in people in the younger generation? I mean, they said it doesn't start at school. What's being done at home. I mean, you don't need to get into that, but maybe it all starts with developing a bit more spine and then saying, look, I'm fine the way I am. I want to do what I want to do. I don't need to be influenced by popular narratives, that sort of thing. What's your take on that?
This generation has the highest levels of anxiety and depression in any generation before. And I think a lot of that stems from social media and comparing yourself from social media. So from a young age, this all is so new. We're expanding so rapidly and technology expanding so rapidly that school and education needs to catch up. And I think a lot of it does start in a classroom where I think psychology and health should be talked about for every student and required for every student to learn about. What we learn in health class does not go deep enough. As Sachi talked about before, it was so that schools aren't going deep enough and students still suffer from these problems. So realizing teachers need to implement into their work plans and their lesson plans lessons on how we can stop comparing ourselves and get students ready for when they leap into the whole digital world and when they become teenagers, because teenagers have a natural drive to fit in, and that's where a lot of the comparison to other people starts. So preparing students for that journey is really important.
Thank you. Well done.
If there's no more questions from the judges, we'll open up to the audience again. Hopefully, with more luck this time. A stunning silence. That's all right. We'll move on to our next speaker. Thank you, Keshav.
When I went to my college orientation in Boston, I booked an Uber from the airport and met my driver, Antonio. Everyone has a different personality when they enter the Uber. Some love to talk with the driver. Others, like me, just looking to get from point A to point B, minding our own business. At first, Antonio asked me questions that anyone would. What are you doing in Boston? College orientation. What college are you going to? Boston College. What major are you in? Finance. So, do you learn about investments and how to grow your money? Yeah, I do. This completely changed the complexion of the conversation. Antonio went on to tell me how he was a first-generation immigrant from Brazil who learned the hard way that creating a strong financial foundation was the key to success, especially in a country like America. He also wanted to pass something on to his children, whether it was in the form of property or a trust. But first, he needed to find a way to grow his money. And so he turned to the hottest thing on the market, crypto. Crypto is a digital asset. Think gold or silver, except it's not backed by a government or a currency. Instead, it trades on hype, the news, what people think about it, making it extremely hard to value, but nevertheless popular amongst many. Antonio had invested $10,000 of his hard-earned money, Ubering people around the city of Boston into various forms of cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, the most popular, Ethereum, the second most popular, and meme coins, cryptocurrencies literally made out of jokes. If he had sold at their peak, Antonio would have turned that $10,000 investment into 85 grand. And he wasn't the only one experiencing a sea of green in his accounts. Many people were. In fact, crypto was heralded as an equalizing force. It showed corporate America and the top 1% that they weren't the only ones who could navigate complex financial markets. Even your average American could. Bitcoin itself was founded by an average group of people in Japan looking to make digital assets a reality. By the people, for the people. But the mood in the car quickly turned somber when Antonio described the deep losses he was currently seeing. And in this too, he was in the same boat as many. Over 50% of Bitcoin investors are currently seeing red in their accounts, a number that inflates to 85% when we look at the entire crypto market and the 1/5 of coins that have hit a value of 0. So what happened to this once cherished equalizing force? Crypto was supposed to level the playing field, but instead, the equity it sought to bring to the investing world was nowhere to be found. And it begs the question, what was the tipping point that made Antonio's story so commonplace? Well, over 50% of people started investing in crypto because they were recommended to by a friend. And when they opened an account and started investing, they didn't start small. In fact, the average starting amount was just north of $1,000. People are jumping right into something that they had no clue about. They're investing money without understanding when they're going to make it back or where it's even going in the first place. People are blindly following their friends, taking that jump of faith that their parents so warned them against years ago. If your friend jumps off a cliff, are you going to too? Yeah, you already are. But before we start playing the blame game and pointing fingers, we need to look at how crypto is culturally seen. The word itself holds such powerful connotations of wealth and luxury. We attach it to almost everything and anything. Crypto millionaire, crypto billionaire, yacht parties in the Mediterranean, or clubbing in Miami. And it's these subtle word choices that we're starting to see the consequences of in our daily lives. Just look at the dating pool, where 33% of women are more likely to go on a date with a man who mentions crypto in his dating profile. 33%. And why is that? Because crypto means wealth. Wealth means financial security. And let's admit it, guys, women tend to want a man who's financially secure. Even the social media apps we open on a daily basis, crypto scams have flourished. Many of us have seen these fake crypto accounts, fake investment scores, profit and loss statements. This likely means that that user has been hacked. They received a DM talking about how much money they could make off of crypto, and broke, immature teens, being broke, immature teens, gave their account information away. It's these psychological attacks on our youth that is the reason that 1 in every $4 invested in crypto comes from scam money. But the biggest scam of them all is happening at a far higher level. It involves men like Jack Dorsey and Elon Musk. And no, it's not some international money laundering scheme. It's perfectly legal. You see, when men like those say that they're investing billions of dollars into crypto, they're working with money they can afford to lose. They can take on that risk while having the investing discipline to sell when it goes up 20% or down 10%. But we saw this as the global green light. Surely if they are investing in the same thing as us, we must be doing something right. Crypto must be the next big thing. The only difference is that they're experimenting with money they can lose. You're experimenting with livelihoods on the line. We have glorified crypto as a majestic money-making tree, when in reality, people don't even know what they're talking about. When in reality, most people are losing money on crypto. When in reality, crypto isn't making us powerful, it's making us powerless. Crypto has transformed from an investment vehicle to an ideal, spreading like an epidemic. Companies are trying to transform cryptocurrencies into a type of fast money that we can use for everyday things. I mean, just how absurd does it sound that you could soon pay your weekly groceries or your monthly bills with Bitcoin? Our society was not built for something we know this little about to become this widespread. We are not ready for something so volatile. There is, however, a collective understanding that there needs to be change. There is a need for transparency in our institutions. But how is diving into the murky waters of crypto the answer? For this, we need to take a step back and look at blockchain technology, the very foundation upon which crypto is built on. Blockchain technology acts like an Apple AirTag that can digitally track all transactions for companies, governments, and organizations alike. Anything and everything is traceable, and transactions can become anything you want them to be. Let's look at voting. In 2020, we experienced one of the most egregious violations of voter transparency in both the history of the US and the world. A problem that we may never have to face again with the use of the blockchain. Consider every vote casted as a transaction. Votes would anonymously be sent to a public server where they would be securely verified and available for anyone to see. With the help of this technology, we can clearly see what larger institutions are doing while restoring trust in our officials and preventing the chance for fraud or suspicious activity. Its standardization is pivotal, whether we're trying to prevent future recessions or create stability in our own society. change, especially when dealing with something like billions of dollars or something as delicate as a First Amendment right, needs to be extremely methodical. We need to be sure that the implementation of something will not become a detriment later on down the line. I'm sure many of us here are exercising and looking to get fit. But on day one, did you go to the gym and start lifting 50-pound dumbbells? No. Instead, it started with the neighborhood walk, dieting, creating a rigorous schedule. And then you finally went to the gym and started exercising. It's a process. With blockchain technology, we can forecast how it will work for the greater good. A process that was not possible with crypto. But this is more big picture. Let's look at the day-to-day. It's no secret that many of us here are tempted by crypto. Maybe it's our friends, maybe it's the news. Maybe it's the fact that crypto is always talked about in a good way. In a world where 85% of people are losing money on crypto, it is described to us as if 85% of people are making money on it. And we should have expected this. If someone gets fired from their job, they don't make a LinkedIn post about it. But if they get hired from a big name company, that post will be sure to find your feed somehow, some way. But despite these risks, people will naturally still be curious. I mean, after all, it's crypto, one of the most talked about things in the world. And what better way to experiment than through the action of investing yourself? But what if I told you you could do this without any other risk? What if I told you that you could be just like Jack Dorsey or Elon Musk? Crypto simulators allow you to trade fake online money into real-time crypto markets. They act like a bungee cord, guiding you down the cliff instead of you jumping off into the unknown. And the icing on the cake is that it's a resource that can be accessed by anyone, anywhere, and anytime. No matter if you're a company executive that just received a multi-million-dollar bonus or an Uber driver living paycheck to paycheck. And whether you make or lose money on it, you'll be sure to gain some knowledge. But beyond learning about crypto, we first must learn to value. Many of us in this room have enough money that we wouldn't care about losing 2 or 3% of it. But it seems that we have forgotten the importance of wealth. When I heat up my 12 bagel bites every Tuesday, my mom always reaches in to grab one, and I could care less. I have 11 more left to eat. But when the amount of bagel bites dwindles down to just 2, and my mom tries to grab in and get one, my hands immediately become the Iron Dome. Because I want to taste every last bit of melty cheese and salty sauce before I have to wait another week to reheat them and eat them again. This is the meaning of value. Having too much of something distorts your perception of value. It is only when we begin to value our money and understand the power that wealth holds will we realize that certain investments simply aren't worth our time.
Great job, Arnav. It's the type of information
First, good job, a very complex topic, and you were able to present to us. I admire for that because not many people can understand, what you're trying to tell and everything. For that, good job, right? Okay. And you also gave me a great data point about dating and crypto. I own a lot of crypto, but I'm trying to figure out the relations. Nothing happened. That's a different story. So let me ask you this question, right? anything new that comes, there's going to be bad actors on it, right? That's natural, right? Anything happens, almost like a gambling, or use it for the wrong thing. So what is your view? Like, you focus more on the risk on crypto and the wrong things it's being used, and a little bit on what it can actually do the right thing. But what's your final message? See, the wrong things will always happen. The regulators will come in and they got to clean it up, right? But what's your view on the future of this?
Education is key. Sachi and Keshav talked about education for mental health issues. But for finance as well, we need to educate people about what they're getting into before they start investing money in it. Crypto has developed what I call a cult following. People listen to social media influencers talking about crypto and simply put money into it. Financial investments aren't something that social media influencers need to be talking about. It's something financial professionals need to be talking about. And because it's developed such a cult following, it is culturally impacting our children, teenagers, young adults, and especially young men in college who just want to make a pretty penny. We need to educate ourselves before we get into something. Especially with, on Instagram stories, people will be talking about promoting crypto, buy Ethereum, buy Bitcoin. There needs to be some level of disclaimer there. Do it at your own risk. Because without that, we can get in a boatload of trouble.
Arnav, thank you. Very thought-provoking. Again, a very intriguing topic as well. So a couple of things here. One is, I don't know if you've heard of the tulip bloom in the Netherlands in 1600, 1700. People would buy tulips and price used to be bid up and finally faded away in a reasonable span of time. The only difference is there was not the pervasive social media that we have here to influence a lot of people, some of them who are gullible. So kind of building on what Ram just said, what is being done to counter sort of these perceptions and the public? I mean, it extends beyond crypto already, the meme stock, people have been doing that. So it's not only confined to crypto, people whose minds are very malleable, they get influenced. So do you think this needs to start, the education that we talk about, needs to start in schools? I don't know the right answer here, but where does it actually start? That financial responsibility, because if you look at large financial institutions, they have to put all those disclaimers around, financial responsibility, and where it begins, the market risk, and all those disclaimers. With crypto, it's unregulated. So where is the buck stop? Where's the onus?
So let's take Robinhood as an example. I think Robinhood is a great place to start because a lot of people use it to just trade meme stocks, trade cryptocurrencies. And what Robinhood did to alleviate regulator concerns was they put a bunch of videos and they said, here's some information on investing, right? So that they can claim to the regulators that we're doing enough to educate our population. There's one thing lacking though. They don't understand how deep crypto is culturally rooted in our society. It is so deep that there's only a few things that we can do about it. One, we can start in school. My accounting teacher is actually starting a course next year about cryptocurrency, where she educates people about what cryptocurrency is in the first semester. In the second semester, she moves on to blockchain technology, and she talks about the technology and the ways crypto can actually be used instead of people just throwing money at it. So it starts in schools, but I think regulators also have a big thing to do with it. When I'm part of a forum called Wall Street Bets, I joined it because I was interested to see the way people act, why people want to invest in meme coins, and why people love cryptocurrencies. And they do it in a radical way, in such a way that the only place that we can stop it is through SEC regulations and large corporations like Instagram and Facebook starting to take any mention of Bitcoin, Ethereum, or any sort of coin more seriously. So on one end, we can start in our schools But on another end, regulators need to up their game and start paying more attention to things that are just flying under the radar.
Thank you.
Good. Good presentation. I'm a little too old to care about dating apps and whether I have Bitcoins and it attracts somebody. 46 years married here, so the same woman. So, but I am interested in this blocking and to me, I've always known that 85% were losing money, so I had zero interest in Bitcoin. But to me, my initial understanding of it was that you couldn't trace it, that it was untraceable. And now you're talking about blocking technology. Are you a proponent of tracing Bitcoin? And
So
am I hearing that?
Yeah, so it's not about tracing Bitcoin. It's about the technology that Bitcoin was built on. Its applications are robust. There's a really cool piece where Defiance ETF's CIO on CNBC publicly called out Target's board members because they had a lot of inventory delays. They couldn't understand where products were coming from and how to put them on the aisles. That is a problem that can easily be solved through the blockchain, right? If we consider everything on a shelf as a transaction, we can easily track that a product is, say, in Ireland. It was shipped to New York, and then it's in this facility, and then it's moved to the shelves at Target. Anytime that product's moved, it can be logged, and that log can be available to all of Target. So the blockchain has robust applications, whether it's in supply chains or whether it's in voting. The fact that you can trace things and it's visible to anyone is a very attractive thing that we need to start using.
Very interesting topic, and I think you did a tremendous job in sort of breaking it down into very easily understandable terms. You spoke a lot about the financial risks of crypto, but there's also an angle specifically around these cryptocurrencies and the mining and the sheer amount of resources that they consume, right? The power consumed to mine these is intense. Do you see that as an issue that is being addressed or needs to be addressed as the popularity of this increases?
Yes, and I think that ties in with regulation. So when we look at ESG has become an increasingly prominent topic. Companies are beginning to release sustainability reports, whether it pertains to environmental things, social things, and governance aspects. Let's take Tesla as an example, one of the biggest Bitcoin miners. Going through their sustainability report, there's no mention of the emissions that Bitcoin mining creates. So this is a thing that regulators have to start taking more seriously. If the SEC begins to say that we need to regulate Bitcoin mining, you need to disclose that these certain emissions are happening. Once we get the regulators to become more serious about this topic, is when we are going to start seeing these issues be brought up in a more serious manner.
Are there any questions from the audience?
It is the end of August, and the wait is finally over. You have been waiting for this moment since childhood. It is time for college. A silent car ride, a chaotic unpacking of the bags, and a feeling of nervousness for meeting your roommates and roommates' parents. The parents have left now, and you can finally be that independent young adult that you've always wanted to be. There's no one telling you what time you could go to sleep at, what you can eat. Life is great. You step outside your dorm for a few minutes with your roommates and hear the jazz band playing, the cheerleaders chanting the school's anthem. Bouncy houses, axe-throwing bonfires, you are free. But back at home, it is not the same. It is the day after you have left from college, and your mom walks to your room at 9 a.m. sharp to wake you up. She knocks on the door and peeks in, but then realizes that she doesn't have to wake you up anymore. She runs downstairs, and out of a habit, she starts making blueberry pancakes, your favorite, but then realizes she doesn't have to cook your favorite meals anymore. The house is quiet. There's an empty chair at the breakfast table. She sits down in sorrow in that empty nest. I specifically want to talk to you guys about Rachel, a single mother with 2 twin boys. When Rachel's sons went to college, she dealt with severe depression. And her sons would not contact her because they thought they're in college now. They don't need to talk to their mother. But little did they know that behind that happy text Rachel used to send, there was always a feeling of loneliness. And little did they know that Rachel would cancel plans with her friends and instead stay at home and flip through photo albums and watch old baby videos. Her house was quiet, and she had no one to talk to. She had that big feeling of sadness, boredom, and anxiety because her sons were off to college. Since her sons did not contact her, it led up to her mental health to deteriorate. By having these negative social interactions with our family member, it increases the risk of depression, anxiety, and suicide. While having positive relationships with our family members does the complete opposite. There's many stories which show family members not supporting each other's mental health. That their mental health drowning is just a phase. But then what is that 46% of people in the world who have committed suicide because of bad mental health? And how much of that percent could possibly be because of family members not supporting each other? The problem Rachel dealt with was the lack of communication. Now, many think communication requires a 1 to 2 hour phone call every single day. But there are so many other forms of communication which could actually enhance the relationship. Once we get older, we get busy with homework, work calls, business meetings. There isn't enough time for these long calls. Let me quote myself as an example. When I went to college, I was the youngest child, and my parents dealt with the same exact thing that Rachel went through. That feeling of loneliness. But the one thing that kept our strong bond and relationship was that regular communication. When I went to college, I had the opportunity to call my parents every single day. and not just call, but have FaceTime. It was a refresher for me and my parents. But then midterms and finals began, and the call time decreased. But the one thing that kept me going was the small text of motivation. That small good morning text, or have a good day with 100 emojis next to it, or good luck for your exam text. That is what kept me going, and that is what most college students should value: reassurance from family members. We are not realizing that there could be a distance of an hour or 2 hours or even 7 hours, but the relationship with our family members still matters. And by having this distance, it can actually bring us closer. By not seeing each other every single day in the house, it is easier to come back during holiday breaks and create genuine memories and conversations. A mother holds a baby in her stomach for 9 months. After 9 whole months, there's a special connection. That early stage of bonding is so important, and we need to realize that. A child is born and becomes completely dependent on their parent. And then the child blossoms into this tween. We hear small tantrums, a few arguments, but nothing too bad. And then our teenage years, more arguments, assertiveness, fearlessness, arguments over not being able to hang out with friends, college apps, and then becoming a free bird. College. You have left all these arguments behind, and life is great. Going to college could be shocking to many, especially because we are surrounded by all different types of people. Especially people who think that the relationships we've created in our childhood and high school life won't matter later. Why do we even go to college? To become these independent young adults. Or many even go to college to experience all these new things, meet new people, that they become so self-centered that they forget about all the beautiful relationships they've created in their childhood. Just like Stephen Covey said, human life is interdependent. We can combine our talents and our abilities and create something greater together. Interdependent people combine their efforts with the efforts of others to achieve the greatest success. Either you're 18, 30, or 50, you are always going to be that small child to your parent. And without this interdependent bond from the start, we would not be able to see the most beautiful thing in life, the role switch. The most beautiful thing in life, where now the child will be taking care of the parent. Without this interdependent aspect, this would not be possible. It is very hard to keep these relationships. There are always arguments, grudges, and many things involved. When you were a child, you weren't able to get your favorite Mario Kart video game that you've always wanted. When you grew up, you weren't allowed to go to the mall to hang out with your friends. And then college. You come back from a holiday break and feel that lack of freedom. But how would one react to this if they were interdependent? What are the benefits of all of these arguments and small grudges in life? By having these experiences with our family members, we are more able to resolve conflict, work as a team, and enjoy each other's company. Something that will play a major role later in life. College is a crucial time in life where we will be applying to jobs, internships, and be surrounded by all different types of people. We go to college to learn these critical thinking skills and how to be problem solvers. 2 skills which are openly asked in job descriptions. But there is still, what we fail to realize is that there are so many things these job descriptions don't say, yet we are expected to have. An example being having the right attitude towards the people around you. How will we learn to have the right attitude towards the people around you if we never had these strong bonds and relationships with our family members? That Mario Kart video game that you were not allowed to get is similar to getting a job, not getting a job position that you've always wanted. That small rejection of not being able to go to the mall with your friends is similar to getting a project proposal not approved. And that small criticism you got for playing too many video games is similar to young recruits getting criticized at big companies by their mentors. The list goes on and on. It is not just these college students who need to understand the importance with our family members. It is quite literally anyone, even after college. Without these small inconveniences in life, how will we learn to take these rejections later in life in the corporate world? How will we grow if we don't know what it is like to have these small grudges? Companies are struggling with all these conflicts, and the practice of this comes from a small part of your life. And that is with the experiences and the strong bond and relationships we have with our family members. Corporate jobs are complaining that employees are struggling with hesitations while sharing their opinion, not being able to work as a team, and so many other simple skills. Studies show that 85% of employees in the world struggle with conflict every day at work. Let's meet John, a boss at a company who dealt with one specific employee. Now, this employee was different from many other people. He always had a negative mindset. He did not work well as a team and was always arrogant. John tried helping this employee by encouraging him, but it did not work. Companies are spending over $275 million on employee engagement, and that is projected to rise over $1.5 billion over the next several years. And yet, employee engagement is at its all-time lows. These numbers are going to continue rising. And the one way which we could stop this is by all of us realizing the importance it is to have good relationships with our family members. Not only by having a good relationship with your family members enhances the attitude towards the people you have around you, but it also enhances our problem-solving skills. A very important skill to have throughout life, especially in the corporate world. Many think that we learn these skills from high school and college classes, but it's not only from that. It's from what we bring from home to these workplaces. skill which is not very easy to have, but jobs such as education, science, and healthcare all require. After college, we will be surrounded by all different types of people, especially people who are older than us. By having the ability to create a strong bond between a child and a parent, it is easier to go into the corporate world and be able to communicate with your mentor. It is easier to go into the corporate world and be able to communicate and help your mentor just like you did in the role switch. By having this interdependent bond throughout life and a successful life goal in mind, it would help all of our mental state and well-being. It is that simple relationship you have with your family members which determines how successful you will be in your career. Thank you.
I have to tell you, you are a great storyteller. I want to tell you that. And keep it up. By listening to your story and the way you tell the story, I actually lost the idea you're trying to communicate. Because I'm not telling it as a critique, but that's the most important skill for a public speaking, is to grab their audience and keep it up. So, thank you. I have no questions.
I do though, but I don't disagree with anything that Ram said. So here's the thing. Another very thought-provoking topic. Now, question is, intuitively one gets the connection between any manner of support that one can get and associated professional or career success. Now, my question is around, have any empirical studies been done to actually link those to back with stats and data? So that will be one question. And I have another one. I can ask that now or I can come back to it later.
You can ask us.
The second part is, what can be done if people are actually struggling as a consequence of lack of support? How does it manifest itself? That's one. And then the other part is, given some of the concerns around privacy and things like that, one can be very intrusive. So how can we reach out and help people? And how do you even recognize the signs? Sometimes it may not be very evident. So very different questions. I can repeat it another time.
Okay, so there are many studies done which show that it is not just our simple skills that matter at these workplaces. It is the relationships we build in the workplaces, right? And as a Gen Z member, once we go into the workplace, we try to work in a place which is best suited for us. And that doesn't just come from what we like to work on, what our passions are. It comes from the people around us. So I think the best way is by having these managers communicating with their employees. The relationships are so important between the managers and employees, but we're not realizing that. So to fix that, I think that there should be many gatherings and things like that instead of just individual workings, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that. And what about the part about any empirical data that's available to support the linkage between success and some of the struggles of lack of support?
I've not found as much data yet. So far, I've just found the increase in money that companies are spending for employee engagement. So that graph is completely going up, yet we are still seeing that employee engagement is at its all-time lows.
Thank you.
you are doing a great job of talking about the importance of two important things of communication and relationships for any success, whether it's career or relationships itself. And one of the things, you mentioned about Rachel's story, that Rachel was getting depressed, and when her kids were not communicating. I think one of the things that occurs when kids go to college is the parents' worries are the kids okay, and getting that simple call, even if it's just simple conversation or just a text, reassures the parent the kid is okay. You don't have to worry. And there have been sad cases across the country because of the privacy and other rules that the parents haven't found out about the children's depression, and there have been suicides, across the country, and the ethics committees at various universities have tackled this issue, how much time went to communicate with the parents. And do you have any thoughts on that issue, about school communicating with the parents when their child is going through severe depression?
I think that the best way would be the parent communicating with the child. Yes, the school could get involved, but it's always easier to talk to someone who knows you the best, and that would always be your parent. If you're not comfortable talking with your parents, that is another case. You can go to school therapy, and there's so many programs which could help. But as a college student, I think there should be direct contact with the parent and the child.
Yeah, one of the issues that came up in some of these cases that occurred was the child is shut down, the student is shut down because of the depression. There is no communication, not because they didn't care about the parent, but the depression took hold of their life, basically, and they were paralyzed. And there were telltale signs of deterioration. Should the school get in touch with the parent?
I think as a parent, it is their responsibility to see how their child is doing with that simple text of asking how your day went, or calling them and seeing how their day was, just so if a child is so far away from college, they don't feel that feeling of loneliness, and they know that their parents will always be there for them. Also, if they don't feel comfortable talking to their parents, most of us have siblings. I think siblings are a great way, friends are a great way. But if those friends and siblings are not contacting us, parents, I think they will do a great job communicating with their child.
That was a very emotional speech, and I wish my kids had heard you speak and take lessons from it. But and I could be wrong in my interpretation of his speech, Sarah, but it seemed like a lot of the onus in this exchange was on the child, right? It's the child recognizing the sort of positivity of the relationship. But in many instances, the parents themselves can have a negative relationship or a negative influence, right? There could be toxic relationships. What role do you think, or what awareness of this should be on the parents as well, to try and manage this to the extent that it has such an influence on the children's lives?
As a parent, I'm always told that we never sleep with these grudges. We never sleep with these arguments. And if a parent ever has an argument, I think it's their responsibility to communicate with their child, no matter how old they are. Because as I said, once the parents grow older, there's gonna be that role switch, where the child will be taking care of that parent. So, yeah.
I think it's important to note that you obviously have great parents, and I congratulate you for that. I'm not sure that's the norm anymore. Representing over 1,400 companies in my Chamber of Commerce, they're all struggling to find out what's the new norm. And certainly those family lessons that you're bringing into the workplace are phenomenal and will serve you well. However, how do you see that when you're working from home, when you've got your little cell phone and your laptop and you're not in the office, maybe you're in the office a day a week or 2 days a month, which I'm afraid might be the new norm. And how do you see communicating that way through social media?
Social media is a great platform to communicate. We have a family group chat, I'm sure most of you guys do, a way of communicating. It doesn't have to be just calls or texts. We send pictures all the time, every single day, so that my parents know what is happening when I'm 2 hours away from home. So I think social media is a great way to communicate with each other, and it doesn't just have to be those calls.
Are there any audience questions this time? No. That's all right. Thank you, Sona, for that wonderful speech.
Your junior year is finally over. You took 4 AP courses, played a fall and spring sport, volunteered at your local library, and participated in multiple clubs at your school. Summer has arrived, and all you want to do is relax, go out with some of your friends, play some video games, and binge watch all of your favorite TV shows. You plop down on your bed, and open up TikTok. You scroll through a few, and you find one that's extremely interesting. It says, summer before your senior year. Get started on these things now. Have you completed your SAT, ACT? Have you thought about your personal statement essay? Do you have a list of schools you think you're going to apply to? Better get started now. You don't want to fall behind. You realize, do you have an ACT scheduled for July that you haven't started studying for since your last one? Your friends are asking you about your personal statement essay. Your parents are questioning you about internships and volunteering. Your peers are working jobs, and you keep seeing college reaction videos all over YouTube. Your mind becomes so cluttered with all of these stressful tasks that you just want to take a break from everything. But you can't. You have to push through. And it's causing your lifestyle to deteriorate. This was an exact reenactment of my junior year summer. The entire summer was filled with ACT books, empty Google Docs, and a long list of schools. All of this just brought one thing into my life: stress. I was constantly overworked, always thinking about the next essay I had to write or the next practice test I needed to take. Due to this, I spent less time with my family and my friends, all to just end up staring at that empty Google Doc. I needed a way out. Many people have a place to go, like a library, a park, or even a treehouse. I had no such place. Rather, my place was in the palm of my hand. A headset, a Bose Quiet Comfort 45, top of the line, noise canceling. And it not only blocked out the noise outside, but the noise that was roaring around in my head. It wasn't the headset itself, though, that made the difference. Rather, it was what I streamed through it. My favorite app till this day, Spotify. Music is my getaway. It's a universal system that everybody has access to and unknowingly needs in their lives. What I love about music is that it doesn't bias itself towards emotion. Rather, it attempts to alter it. I've been involved in music all my life. I started with the viola in 4th grade and then moved to the trumpet in 5th. And I can still continue to play what many people consider an obnoxious instrument till this day. Every time I play, I've always noticed how my mood has changed. And that's what intrigued me. Whether we're playing classical or jazz pieces in concert band, or pop songs and pep tunes in marching band, I've always felt a wave of relaxation and joy come over me whenever I'm performing. I recently just picked up the acoustic guitar, and it continued to prove my point on how music has been able to lower my stress and help me focus better in school. See, except I'm not here to talk to you guys about how music lowers stress and helps the body, because I'm sure all of you guys have already seen studies and stories about that far and wide. Rather, I'm here to talk about something deeper in the field of music. I'm here to talk about the specific genre of music. Each genre of music affects our brain and body in different ways. Music is an umbrella term, and there are many subsections underneath it. You have rap, classical, rock, EDM, cultural, and the list just continues. Each and every genre affects us in different manners. The three main genres that have shown to have positive repercussions on our body are rap, classical, and rock. Each of these genres has an effect on our body that's both similar and different, except they've all been shown to heal us in some way or the other. Rap music has grown over time and is now one of the most popular genres of music in the industry. Rap music focuses on rhythms and rhythmic speaking, but has a deeper meaning to its songs. Many studies have shown how rap music affects our neurological and mental health conditions. Dr. Akeem Soule and Dr. Beck Inkster of Cambridge's Department of Psychology were studying hip-hop therapy, and they realized that rap music not only affects the listeners, but the singers themselves. Rap music gives singers a place to open up and talk about their emotions in a musical form, rather than to a therapist or a psychiatrist. A great example of this is the rapper Isaiah Rashad, who was big in 2012. He dropped an album called The Sun's Tribute, which focused on his fight with addiction and depression. What's so special about this is that because of his rapping, he was able to overcome these emotions. And even better, it gave his listeners the comfort of knowing that they were not alone. Rap music not only affects us physically, but also mentally. It's connected to our prefrontal cortex and amygdala, which are also the creative and emotional portions of the brain. Rap music has shown to trigger the parts of the brain that control our emotion, motor functions, nervous functions, learning, and even motivation. Anxiety and depression also exist from the prefrontal cortex and amygdala, which is why it's been shown that rap eases these emotions. I know rap has a bad undertone to its music, with its sometimes vulgar language and violent implications. It's completely understandable why so many parents don't want their kids listening to this type of music. If it's the language that poses a problem, there are many clean versions available that are accessible to all. Regardless, it's understandable why rap is not good for all ages. But there are genres out there that are available for every demographic and age. One of those being classical. Classical music is filled with light instruments like the violin, guitar, and cello. Its calming effect has been shown to lower our blood pressure, relieve chronic pain, and reduce many depression-like symptoms. Studies have shown that it affects our pituitary growth hormone, which can lead to a lowered inflammation and improve our overall healing. This is amazing for patients in hospitals, because if they're just played some amount of classical music, they can be discharged twice as fast. A study done by the Department of Medical Genetics found that listening to just 20 minutes of classical music a day can modulate the genes responsible for our learning and motivation. It's been shown to increase dopamine secretion, synaptic functions, and the genes associated with our learning. In that same exact study, they found that classical music downregulates these genes associated with neurodegenerative diseases. We all know the saying, a happy brain is a healthy brain. And classical music just does that. With its increase in dopamine secretion and neuroconnectivity, it actually has the ability to reduce the aging process. So rather than buying all those random wrinkle creams by Olay, why not listen to some classical music? Speaking of slowing down the aging process, when I worked in an adult care facility, one of the biggest problems that I had was hearing. When I was talking to the patients, I would have to yell to get their attention. And it's not like I was standing on the opposite side of the room. I was 2 feet right in front of them. What the issue is that this is happening to kids earlier and earlier due to the increase in technology. Headphones and earbuds are becoming stronger. I guarantee Every iPhone user in this room has a pair of AirPods also lying at home. According to the CDC, over 5.2 million kids have suffered from some sort of ear damage because of excessive volume. And a large portion of that is due to headphones and earbuds. Kids are turning up the volume to max while listening to music and playing games. And the helpful effects of music aren't going to be helpful anymore if you can't hear anything. So rather than camping out in your room, why not go to a concert or a listening party with some of your friends? This way, you get that social interaction, something that many parents are worried about for their kids, especially with that rise in technology. And you reap the same benefits of music in a more social and outgoing environment. Blasting out your eardrums is a motto of this genre. You may be thinking of rock music as smashing guitars on stage, mild concussions from the head shaking, and extremely loud guitar playing. And you're right, except there's been a lot of negative connotation surrounding rock music. With its violent implications and its ability to lower thinking and creativity, many of this has been proven to be false. If anything, the true-to-heart followers of rock music have found that listening to it for long periods of time have had positive repercussions on their life. Every time we listen to music, our limbic system, which is connected to our short-term memory, emotion, and learning, actually knows that we're listening to this music. And what it does is it releases a happy hormone that feeds us motivation that resonates to us as rewarding. This happy hormone is what we all know as oxytocin, which is usually released during the sensation of touch that can affect anything from our personality to our social interactions. Surprisingly enough, rock music also eases anxiety. With our daily life trivialities, all of that amassed cortisol can be released in one go with just listening to some rock music. Each of these three genres have helped our mind and body in miraculous ways. And it's so important with what we're going through in the world right now. Anxiety and depression have reached an all-time high, and many require medications to subdue these emotions. According to the CDC, of the 16.5% of people that were diagnosed with mental conditions, 20.3 were diagnosed with some sort of medication. And what's even more saddening is that in that same year, there were over 5,000 fatalities due to these antidepressants. Students require pills and melatonin to get a better sleep due to the immense stress that they're in. It's been shown that you are 43% more likely to develop dementia if you take these sleeping pills. What is all this leading up to? Things like memory loss, dementia, and even extreme cases, Alzheimer's. It just becomes another feedback loop. These patients with these conditions rely on psychiatric drugs to help them with better focusing and learning. Just like how a doctor prescribes you guys medications, today, I'm going to prescribe you guys some genres of music. So if you're feeling down or you have anxiety and depression, try listening to some rap and classical. If you feel like your memory is not as strong and you can't seem to sleep as well, why not listen to some rock? What's important about this is that these three genres have helped lower our stress, mainly because of the neurotransmitters that are being fired. This neurotransmitter is dopamine, and it's connected to our learning, pleasure, and motivation. And many have seen an increase in these, which is why they continue listening to these types of music. The proof just continues to build. A study done by the Human Frontiers in Human Neuroscience have found in the 6-month post-stroke stage, listening to music has caused for a structural reorganization of the brain, as well as an increase in gray matter volume. This increase in volume allows for behavioral betterment, as well as a reduction in mood swings. An article that was done on alpha-synuclein oligomers have shown that replicating presynaptic proteins is the cause for neurodegenerative disorders that are called synucleinopathies. And what these do is they attack the neuron's firing behavior, which is the direct cause of neurodegenerative disorders, such as Parkinson's. What's important about this is that music doesn't just help the mind, it helps the entire body. Patients with Parkinson's have seen that they're able to walk better because they're able to listen to the rhythm of the beat. Stroke survivors who can't speak can somehow sing. And many neuroscientists are using this to retrain the neural pathways to make them speak once more. In North Carolina, a neuroscientist and a dance professor are teaching Alzheimer patients improvisational dance to see if beats and movement can enhance the diseased brain. One new technique that just came out, melodic intonation therapy, uses music to coax the brain into taking over the damaged parts. And it can even help someone speak again. So with all of the evidence that I've given, as an aspiring doctor and pharmacist, I prescribe each and every one of you guys the wonder drug. Thank you.
Speech, TED Talk style and everything. You just inspired me by, talking about music therapy and other things, because that's one of my passions, and I have 2 startups on the same topic. One is Jogo Health, the other one is Myra. And impressive. I was just laughing throughout, saying, what is he doing to me? Just telling me everything that we are trying to do. So good on that. The only question I have is, maybe you should just join our company. So, do you have clinical trials, evidences, those type of data and information on these kind of things?
Oh, absolutely. Music therapy is something that's been studied, that's been done, and has shown so many great things. And so there have been lots of studies that have shown how patients with mainly just mental health disorders, but not only mental health, with actually these neurodegenerative diseases, have utilized music therapy in their process of healing to get back to the point that they once were. And what's important is that it's not just generalized music. It's that these specific genres make a difference to us in different ways.
Spotify is my favorite app too. I just wish the search algorithms were as good as YouTube. Just simply, I have to go to YouTube to find the song, then I go back and change spelling, and I can find it.
Alexa, play rock.
You can never understand it.
And it's amazing. I mean, you can find all kinds of Indian, Bollywood, classical music on Spotify. It's amazing. You made a great case of use of music, impact on human beings, mood, brain. In fact, last year, I think there was a study published on use of classical music playing in a nursing home, how it calmed patients in the nursing home with dementia. And there has been a movement to try to use non-pharmacological strategies to help with the behavior problems of dementia patients, because they've been over-medicated over the years, and now, there have been laws against that to curb the prescription, and thank God for that.
Yeah.
And you also mentioned about how, people need medication to help focus and all. I mean, there was an element of like an anti-medication sentiment that I kind of sensed. My question to you is, do these medications, psychotropic medications, serve any role in people's lives, in mental health?
Yeah, and I have a great example of this. So I recently just went to Florida for my senior trip with some of my friends. And we obviously come back a little bit later than usual, around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And what I've noticed is that of the 5 of us, 2 of them always required some sort of pill to go to bed, melatonin. Without it, they would not be able to sleep. And so in many people's daily lives, they require these types of pills or drugs to keep their lives constant, or keep their lives the way to run properly. Otherwise, they're just being a constant loop of like not sleeping, for example. So I think these drugs are a large portion of people's lives, but I don't think they're absolutely necessary. I think that's why music is a great outsource instead of using drugs.
I'm talking about prescribed psychiatric medication.
Oh, yeah.
In the role of people who suffer from mental illness, severe anxiety, severe depression, or the serious mental illnesses like schizophrenia, bipolar.
Yeah, and they're obviously prescribed, which means that they were given to you for a reason. So I think they are important for patients to use. But I think what I've seen and what I've researched on is that they're sometimes overusing it, or they're relying solely on these medications to help themselves, which is why you need alternatives, non-medications like music.
That was another very enlightening speech. I mean, it's really telling how much mental health is been a focus of a lot of the speeches from you guys. I mean, that's really nice to me. But my question to you, Nish, is with so much evidence showing the positive impact of music, why do you think the music industry has not really leveraged this to sort of add it as an additional benefit to what they're trying to market?
That's a good question. I think that the music industry is a business, essentially. They're looking to gain as much profit, gain as much viewers as possible. But I also think that it's mainly the hospitals and the doctors that can be utilizing a source such as the music industry to help their patients. And that's something that both sides need to work on. You can't just have one side do all the work. So I think both doctors and the music industry need to collaborate together to understand how something such as basic and simple as music can help patients.
Can I answer that? Because since I have these 2 companies struggling on the same thing, we are evidence-based medicine. So while we believe in this, the evidence is not quite strong. Struggling to build that evidence so you can prescribe and get that evidence and that's what we're struggling to. When I asked that question about clinical trial, that's what it is. It's an evidence-based. The entire medicine is evidence-based.
Yeah.
Good about music is it does not have side effects except losing your hearing if you're playing that. I wanted to share with you one fact about the music and impact on the dogs. I had a dog who passed away, but when I played the Hindustani classical music, he was restless. He was a very hyperactive dog. He didn't have ADHD, but he was hyperactive. Every time I would play the classical North Indian music, even just a circle, we just calm down and sit there calmly. Once I shut it off, he would get restless. I did that repeatedly and it worked. I mean, I don't know whether the research done it, but I was really impressed.
Yeah, I mean, with that example, it just leads me to believe that music may not just help humans, but animals as well.
Need more milk.
Again, fantastic presentation. So my question actually goes back to the point that Ron was making about evidence to kind of back up the work that's being done in this area. Now, do you need to be a very sophisticated listener for you to accrue the benefits that you just spoke about? Has that something to do with maybe sort of the weaker evidence that we're seeing right now, or maybe the lack of body of evidence? It's really got to do with how much interest you put in. And I'm glad to note that you continue your passion in music even after the school years, so I mean, or beyond. So it's something linked to that need.
Yeah, so I don't think it's, are you trying to say like how into it you're listening, or how much you put time into listening to music?
So that you get
benefits
that you just
yeah, so I think if you listen to more music, obviously you're going to reap more effects of that music. So many people who may not be listening to music all the time, or not even interested in music, can still somehow find something that they enjoy in this industry, especially because it's so broad and has so much variety to it. But someone like me, I need music consistently in my life, regardless if I'm studying music, if I'm driving music. Even before the speech and coming here, I was listening to music just to calm myself down. And so I think the more music that you listen to, the more helpful effects you're going to have.
So, we've all heard that music soothes the savage beast, and I guess that's absolutely true. And thank you for prescribing it. But you missed country. Country makes you happy, that's all. Get into country music. Forget the rap, forget all that stuff, get the country. But I guess my question to you is, there are all kinds of apps now, Calm, for instance, which is a great app. You can listen to the rainforest or the ocean, put you right to sleep. Stays on all night and you're out like a light without melatonin. Is there any type of music, is it classical, that can do the same thing? Are there any studies that have a correlation? Because, I mean, that would be a great industry to get into.
Yeah, so you're on the spot with that. Classical music has actually been shown to reduce insomnia and lead to overall sleep quality, which is mainly due to the fact that it lowers our heart rate and respiratory rate. So, which leads to our muscle relaxation, which allows us to sleep easier. And yeah, there are tons of apps out there like Calm, meditation-based apps. I think we can use it in tandem. So some people may enjoy meditating more, or some people may utilize music, and it's all person-based. So I think you have to find that out yourself by doing a little bit of testing.
And I'm open for
Is there any question in the audience? Oh, wonderful. We have a question. Finally, our last speaker. A mic is coming to you. We're excited to hear it.
Finally.
music.
Thank you. It's very good to know about your wonder drug. But my question to you is, what do you say, like, to the current generation where they are totally into music, like, an activity going on along with every other thing they do, like, they're totally occupied into one or the other music into the years and keep on working on something, studies and everything else. So what do you say to that?
Oh, I'm a proponent of that. That's something that I do all the time. And my parents get so mad at me. I'll be doing like math homework, and they'll be like, why are you listening to your Hindi music playlist? How can you study and focus on the same thing at the same time? But I think it's mainly due to the fact that it's, again, like I said, it's different in every person. Listening to music helps me focus better, and even singing along helps me do those math problems faster. And it only works with math. If I'm writing an essay or doing some science work, I can't. And I think listening to music while doing certain activities has shown to have positive benefits, but obviously it makes sense that you can't be listening to music all the time of your life, even though I absolutely wish that I could.
On this aspect as like, what happens if someone is constantly on it? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Is it any
I think there's definitely research out there, and I'm definitely interested to do more about that, but I currently haven't found a lot on how consistent listening to music throughout your daily life has what effect it has on you.
Okay. A big round of applause for all our speakers. That was the last one. Good job, everyone. Now we're going to set up for our panel discussion, and that's going to start to start with the panel discussion. In the crowd today, we see many generations of people, millennials, baby boomers, Gen X, and of course, us, Gen Z. As a member of Gen Z, we are often told stories from our prior generations about their struggles, their challenges, whether it be with their business or attaining their education. As Gen Z gets older, they're facing their latest challenge, entering the corporate world. Considering that all our speakers are part of Gen Z, let's see what they have to think about our chosen panel discussion topic. Are Gen Z in corporate America ready for each other? The first question. Are Gen Z in corporate America ready for each other? The very fact that we are having this panel discussion on this topic shows that they may not be ready for each other. In what ways are they not ready for each other? I will direct this question first to Sachi.
Can we hear me? Okay, there we go. Gen Z and corporate America, right now, corporate America is made up of much older generations. The demographic is much different than Gen Z, than teenagers and people in their early 20s today. We are starkly different, but I don't think this necessarily means that we're not ready for the workforce. Of course, there's going to be conflicts. There's going to be a little bit of a clash, just based on the fact that we are so different than the older generations. But this has been true for every single generation that has entered the workforce. When the millennials or Generation Y entered the workforce, they were different than the older generation before them. Same thing happened for Generation X. The same thing will happen for Generation Z. Despite our differences, I think we are ready to take on the corporate world if only we recognize those differences and adapt ourselves, adjust ourselves, make ourselves better to fit in to what the corporate world needs us to be.
Seems like Keisha wants to respond.
Just adding on to what Sachi said, I definitely agree that Gen Z is ready for the workforce and ready to work their hardest. But I don't think that Gen Z and the other generations are ready for each other. That's because the previous generations, from what I see with my personal experience and looking at other sources, they have the work till you drop mentality. They work their very hardest until they collapse into bed. What I notice at Gen Z is that they're very focused on a work-life balance, where yes, it's important to work, but they also prioritize breaks, vacations, and having fun. And I think this contrast could lead to some conflicts where a Gen Z employee focuses more on their mental health and having and enjoying their work overall more than actually getting their task done.
Another thing which I think which could be difficult between Gen Z and corporate America is the amount of patience we have. As a Gen Z member, I could tell you it is very hard to have patience. We are always looking so ahead and don't realize that there is a ladder that we have to climb.
Many of you may have heard the story of your parents taking a bike to school or walking to
Hello? Many of you may have heard the story of your parent riding a bicycle to school or walking to school on 2 feet. We did not have to do that. And in the workplace, we always look so much higher. We want the highest position ever. But to get there, we don't realize how much time and patience it takes. And that's something that corporate America needs. And that's something that we could all learn from.
Another aspect that Gen Z excels in is that we're willing to take more risks. And that's something I believe older generations may not understand because their lives were very linear. When we look at older generations or who our executives and company executives consist of, it is people who grew up in a post-World War II era, where class decided if you were going to get an education or not, where you were taught from a very early age that you're gonna start as a unpaid intern, work your way up to a full-time employee, and start climbing the corporate ladder. Their lives are very linear. Our lives, we're taught that a freelance photographer can make as much as a CFO of a company. We're taught that we can explore the skills that we want to, take those risks. And I think that risk-taking is something that we can learn and maybe add to corporate America, something that they can benefit on.
Adding on, I think one of the biggest portions that the incoming Gen Z has is being knowledgeable about technology. We're in the digital age right now, and considering how our CEOs and people that we're working for are going to be boomers or Gen X, I think being able and having a strong knowledge of the technical age as well as the digital age, and being able to function utilizing our technology will be a great impact for the corporate world.
Combining what Nish and Sana said, I think that technology and our attention spans actually combine. With what I've noticed about Gen Z is that we have a very bad attention span, where we're constantly distracted, and we can see this in the apps that we use every day. The most commonly used apps in Gen Z were Vine when it existed and TikTok, which just focuses on bite-sized content. And now, whenever I find myself bored for even a second, I can pull out my phone and instantly distract myself. And I think that it's really important as a human to not constantly be distracted and not to constantly need stimulation. And I think that constant addiction to stimulation is why there's a lot of people that are quitting their jobs lately. And I think the constant need for stimulation and the ease for people to be bored is going to be a big problem going forward in the workforce. Hello. Just give me the mic. We're stuck to one mic now, it seems. Hello. Oh, I lied. We have 2 working mics. I'm going to interject here and bring up my next question to you guys is how do you think Gen Z is viewed by corporate America?
We're viewed as very volatile people, extremely volatile. Because in our generation, once again, previous generations were taught to give it their all at every position, at every stage in life. But in our generation, we're more inclined to quit and explore something else when we encounter difficult tasks. But that taboo can easily be solved if companies leverage this exact volatility. For example, what Keshav said, TikTok and advertising. Our generation is addicted to apps like Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, whatnot. But companies can leverage the volatility that we have. The fact that we're addicted to these apps in their marketing and advertising campaigns, leveraging our knowledge of these new age apps to advance their own businesses. At the end of the day, older generations and Gen Z have one goal, but it's about finding the common ground and moving forward that we need to address.
Another way that corporate America, views Generation Z is that we're extremely digitally fluent, but that also transfers to being extremely digitally dependent. Growing up in a world where we have pretty much had cell phones since we were in middle school. We have been surrounded by technology. I've been watching TV since I was probably 4 years old. That wasn't the same situation for the older generations. That technology simply wasn't there. And this reliance on technology may kind of be viewed as a bad thing, which makes sense because of the fact that we have become so impatient with this reliance on technology. Older generations, when they had research, when they had essays to write, when they had topics to come up with, they would go to libraries. They would spend time looking for books, looking for a particular topic. But what do we have to do? We just have to open up our laptops, open up our cell phones, type a few words into a Google search, and there it is. Our answer is so easily accessible at our fingertips. And this digital dependency has then transferred to impatience, which Sana brought up before. Although we are a little bit impatient because of this digital dependency, it does make sense why corporate America would see us this way.
Another thing that I found is that corporate America would view us as extremely risky, especially with the fact that we've talked about how we're looking for the best workplace for us, right? So whether it be prioritizing mental health, work-life balance, we are always going to find a job that we enjoy and that we can thrive in. And if the company doesn't see, or we don't see the company fitting that to our needs, we'll find some other company that will do that. And so what companies have to start doing is now tailoring themselves towards how the employees are seeing their life best.
To shed some positive light, I think that the best thing about Gen Z is how socially aware we are. With just opening our phones on social media, we can see everything that's going on in the world. And we're very aware of all the problems around us. So what this does is it makes us very driven to make a change. And I think that will be really interesting in the next 10 years to see how when Gen Z eventually starts creating the big companies and eventually starts being CEOs, I think that it'll be really interesting to see how much they push social change and to make the world a better place. Because right now it seems that everyone in the world is just trying to make it a better place. And I think that's a great thing, and it could lead to amazing things in the future.
Another positive thing to add is that these Gen Z people, we are great team workers. These older generations, they come off as very independent in their work style. But if you see Gen Z in the workplace, we like to get peer reviewed. We like to work as a team. And that also connects to because we are surrounded by all of this technology. We post one thing on social media. We refresh all the time to see all the comments we get and how many likes we get. That connects to the corporate world where we like hearing from other people, what they have to say. While older generations, they will work by themselves and know that what they're doing is their own work and they like what they're doing.
There we go. Since all the panelists have brought up technology and some form of social media so far, I have a question pertaining to that. There is a popular notion that Gen Z is heavily influenced by online influencers who may not have a formal background in the topic, but have amassed a large social following and drive deep engagement. To what extent is this true?
None of us want to talk bad about ourselves, but the truth is, the reality of the situation is that this is extremely true. This is the cold, harsh, ugly truth. That we are so influenced, we look up to the influencers and celebrities that basically control and dominate the social media that we so frequently use, that it's inevitable that they're going to influence us a lot. That their opinions on topics that they really might not be educated on is going to have an effect on our opinions on those topics. Generation Z looks up to our influencers because of the fact that we have so much access to see them through TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. There are some of us, however, I will argue, that are also aware of the fact that influencers can't give us the whole story. They're not doing all the research, they are not completely well educated, and therefore, based on hearing what these influencers tell us, do our own research. We go and we Google search because we have the means to do that, and try and form an opinion of our own. But that initial thought, that initial opinion will always be so heavily influenced by those celebrities talking to us. And that's just inevitable.
With social media, how social media works is around algorithms, where they try and make it so that they show you exactly what you want to see so that you're on the app longer. So if you have a certain political or social view, the app will recognize that and push that content towards you so that you have a place to talk about it and debate about it.
So you'll get pushed influencers that agree with the same things that you agree with. I think that a lot of us on here or all of us here are old enough to know what's right and what's wrong, and we have our own set of morals. But I think it'll be a lot more difficult for the members of Gen Z that were born in 2009, 2010, that are being pushed these when they're not really old enough or have enough experience to make their own hard opinions on something. And they will get influenced by these influencers in either a positive or negative way. So technically, these influencers that are super famous on social media are, in a way, forming the opinions of the next generation, which is definitely a scary thought. And I'm really curious how that will work in the future.
Keshav brings up a broader point about how our data is being abused by companies like Google and Facebook. We are driven in our society by every post we like, we see another similar one. This data is being used against us, and it's promoting a bunch of the issues that we talked about today, like mental health. If you like a picture of Chris Hemsworth, you're gonna get another good-looking picture of Robert Downey Jr. If you like a picture of Kim K, you're gonna get another good-looking picture of Kylie Jenner. Our data is being abused. It is being used against us. And that is something that we need to start being more aware of, being educated on, the way these companies can manipulate us extremely easily.
I think a great example of this, for example, a bad influencer, is a recently upcoming one named Andrew Tate. I think at least we know about it. Many of you might, but he has put his views on the world, and it's been blatantly obvious that many people agree with him. And there's so many things that he said that are completely false. But the following underneath him is crazy. But I think as the older generation of Gen Z, like we are going into college, we understand that certain things are wrong, and that we can use Google, for example, to do the research for ourselves. And as someone that likes fitness, a great example of this is JPG coaching, a person on TikTok that has a large following, but because of that following, many people have seen the work he's done and the body that he's built and the research that he gives to back everything up. And because of that, we trust him. So we need to start utilizing sources on our own rather than putting our blind trust into these influencers.
I'll ask, unless Sachi has anything to add.
Okay, really quick, sorry. Nishka, I think you brought up a really important point about Andrew Tate. And as much as I don't want to give him a voice or a platform by bringing his name into this, I think it's important we talk about it because these influencers are not only having a negative effect on us. The rise, I guess we can say, of Andrew Tate and his influence on specifically teenagers today has rallied us together in a way because there are a lot of people who disagree with his beliefs. There are probably more people who find him completely absurd, who completely do not agree with his misogynistic beliefs. And we come together, talk about what he is discussing wrongly and where he is incorrect in his beliefs, and thereby spread what we think is right. So I think the rise of these influencers being able to have a platform to spread false information is giving us also a platform to collaborate, to talk together about what we believe is actually right.
All right, my next question is, what unique qualities does Gen Z bring to the table in the workforce? I'll target that first to Keshav.
Gen Z is certainly a unique generation in that we're brought up in a time where it feels like the world is ending. No matter what you go on, the news, the social media, all you see is political unrest, civil unrest, economic unrest. We're put into a lot of pressure to make a change. And I think that's a good and a bad thing in that this leads to a lot of increased anxiety levels and increase in conflict, which obviously isn't a good thing. but it also causes people to have a drive to make a change. And to look at the good side of things, I think that drive to make a change is what will make a difference in the next decade.
I think more than the ability to make a change, our ability to understand change. When you look at ESG, environmental, social, and governance, and that as a whole, how that has impacted financial companies across the financial industry and various other industries, young people are the ones who are driving that change, a change towards a more sustainable future, environmentally friendly future, a future where we are all socially seen as equal. It's not only our ability to create change, but our ability to drive change and move things forward is what's going to be key as we look into the future.
Along with this, I think our generation brings in a lot of diversity and therefore a lot of new ideas. We are open to so many new things, which I believe is going to transform corporate America and companies. Not only are we the most tolerant generation, but we have the most diversity among ourselves. We think in a completely new perspective. We bring in totally different standpoints. And this diversity, this variety, I think will only benefit corporate America.
Also, Gen Z is not scared to share their opinion. They want to work in a place that is perfect for them. Otherwise, we talked about how we would leave the company if it wasn't best suited for us. And it's not just the passion we have to do the work, but it's the people around us as well. So I think Gen Z has a clear voice in what we want, and we will get that across to the higher managers and the CEOs of the companies.
I think talking about having a voice, it's something that we've gone extensively into, is just being able to utilize technology. Using social media apps like Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, we've put our views on a social platform in which everybody has access to see. For example, like EnspirED, right? So we have the ability to show what we believe in and what we want to people all over the world.
Now, I know that we are all tired of the pandemic and discussion about it, but I do feel as though it is relevant. Sorry, but we are bringing it up again. What do you think the impact of the pandemic had on Gen Z as a whole?
I think it had a huge impact in that it really taught us how we can use technology to our fullest. I know even in Inspire Academy, the introduction of the pandemic changed the company a lot in that we learned how to use digital platforms like Zoom to make the classes go global. And also how our brains work. There's a study that says that there isn't that much difference when we're talking to someone face to face and from a Zoom call from the pandemic, because we were so used to only seeing people through a digital screen that eventually it just felt like normal face-to-face interaction. And I think that ability to talk to anyone in the world whenever you want is going to make Gen Z incredibly knowledgeable. And the pandemic, even though it was obviously a horrible thing, to look in the kind of like the bright side of it, it taught us to adapt. And it really taught us to use technology to the best way we can.
As much as Gen Z can be a force for good, and as much as the pandemic did change that, there are things that our generation can work on. I think being in the pandemic, a lot of Gen Z workers who entered the workforce were taught how to work in a stay-at-home model. We have no experience going to the workplace, understanding how, when, and what to do. Even the change that we seek to make, a lot of us don't understand how to present it in a great way, because over the pandemic, our generation was taught that you can make a change simply by posting it on your story, or creating a post, or making a tweet. But unfortunately, that's not how the professional landscape works. Our generation owes it to older generations to go to the workplace, become more professional, and understand the little intricate things about the beauty of working at a company.
Another thing is education. Gen Z students were forced to move to online, and that had a dramatic effect on their education. Like Keshav gave that statistic. Kids were not learning as well, and when they're moving into the workforce, they're not able to do as much. And it's not just important to look at Gen Z, because obviously the pandemic had a major effect on this, but also people that were older. Many of them had to retire. And so it's important to not just see stuff from our perspective, but also understand how other people and what's happening to other people in the pandemic, which is something that Gen Z can work on. Not just looking at how we're affected, but looking at how the general population and what they're doing.
As Keshav said, the pandemic was not a good time, but I don't think these Gen Z kids wasted their time with online schooling. I think we went above and beyond and learned new things. Some people got into working out, learning things such as baking, and I think that could be reflected in the corporate world where we want to learn all these new things. And that's shown in the pandemic. We didn't stop even though we had that online schooling.
With the emergence of technology, using Zoom, virtual schooling, virtual meetings, staying at home for your job, this also really negatively impacted our soft skills. I think our interpersonal and communication skills took a big hit here because of the fact that we weren't even face-to-face. We were always in front of a screen. And I want to talk about specifically the younger kids, not necessarily our age, but smaller children who were pandemic toddlers, who were at, their brains were most malleable during this time. They were so directly influenced that I know personally, a 4-year-old girl who has so much stranger anxiety simply because of the fact that in the first 2 years of her life, she had never seen anybody outside of her family members that lived at home. She had never even gone outside of the house. And with the increase in anxiety that is prevalent in this generation, social anxiety, stranger anxiety, things like that, were directly influenced due to the technological demand that the pandemic brought on us. So our soft skills are definitely taking a hit, but I think recognizing that and all of us being aware of it is going to help us to change it and get better.
I think those are some great points from a variety of perspectives. My next question is, how can corporate America capitalize on the incoming Gen Z population?
Sana brought up a great point about how Gen Z leveraged the pandemic to learn new skills. And I think this is something that corporations can really use. If you're trying to expand a company, you want to go into different end markets, different places, and Gen Z is really the ones who are driving that. They want to explore different skill sets. They want to integrate technology and finance, technology in various industries. Our ability to take risks and be multi-skilled is something that businesses in corporate America can leverage to drive results and expand their own businesses.
In my speech, I talked about how important it is for the decision makers in a certain industry or company to realize the negative impact that they're making on the people that view their content or get their product. And I think with Gen Z being such a socially aware generation and a generation that's very open to talking about mental health problems and their personal struggles, I think bringing them into the workforce, and if a company hires someone from Gen Z, that person will be more open to being sympathetic to people and will make it so that their product or whatever they advertise cannot harm any buyers or viewers in any way. And that could make a really good positive change in the world.
Gen Z is also one of the most progressive generations, simply because of the fact that we are one of the newer ones, or right now we're the youngest ones. I think this is going to have such an important impact on corporations because we are ready to talk about those hard to talk about topics. For example, periods, menstruation, for example, mental health. Those are things that we can readily discuss. And being able to readily discuss those in companies and corporations is going to, we're able to leverage those ideas. Talking about them and bringing them to the table is going to open up to solving these issues or working in a way that we cater to them. So I think it's going to have a very beneficial effect on the workforce and the workforce dynamic.
Generation to generation, things are changing. And when Gen Z enters corporate America, it makes it so much easier for older generations to understand what is going on right now, especially with technology. As Gen Z, we are very tech savvy, and it would really help corporate America.
Yeah, to just go outside, we talked a lot about technology. I think companies require advertisement. Companies need to get their motto or get their theme out to the world. And Gen Z knows how to do that because of the fact that we're constantly on our phones. Always looking at social media, always looking on the internet, always looking at Twitter. We know how different companies utilize technology and apps to maximize their advertisement. And I think adding Gen Z to that portion will just make it that much better.
Okay, with that final note, we are out of time, so we're actually completed with our panel discussion. Good job, guys. Is there any judge comments?
Yeah, I have a question though.
Questions?
Fascinating discussion again, continuing the trend from earlier. My question is, you did a nice job trying to sell us on what you guys bring to bear in the workforce. My question of you is, what do you expect the older generation to be doing to ease your pathway into corporate America? What do you think you want us to be doing?
I think that it's important for them to understand where we've come from, especially with the pandemic and everything going on. We've had a different pathway of growing up. And so the people working in companies currently need to understand how we approach applying for jobs, how we value certain core concepts like mental health and being able to get a good pay as well. So I think companies need to look at, okay, these are the set things that Gen Z appreciates, and we can give that to them, especially in exchange for something like their skills in technology.
Something that the older generation can do is realize that although Gen Z is emotional and sensitive, they also are incredibly intelligent, because with just touching a few buttons, they have access to anything they want to learn in the world. And what I've noticed is I can talk to 7-year-olds, and if they're interested in space, they'll tell me intense space and complicated stuff. And it's really surprising to me. And that they can just get that knowledge from just looking up a video from YouTube and learning about it. So something that the older generation can do is provide a comfortable space for Gen Z to thrive in any workplace. Because if the older generation makes it so that they still have a work-life balance and they still enjoy the workplace, that's how the next generation's amazing ideas and ideas come out, and how they can showcase the knowledge that they've obtained.
So going off what Keshav said is flexibility. Generation Z wants flexibility, and the older generations allowing us to have that is really going to benefit us in our introduction into the workplace. We very much value work-life balance. This is where we're different from the older generations that are more of the workaholics. We are obviously hardworking, but not to the extent that they were. We really want stability in all aspects of our life. That work-life balance is extremely important to us. And we value it more than we value, let's say, a very high income. So allowing Generation Z a little bit of flexibility, not making them stick to a very hard and fast schedule, is going to be what allows us to thrive in the workplace.
Connecting off of flexibility, I want to talk a little bit about transparency. The transparency between a manager and their employee. I think that is very important for Gen Z entering the corporate world. especially because we've been on Zoom for so long now, and we need to see that our manager will always be there for us and make us feel welcome. I think that is something that we expect.
Nish, Keshav, Sachi, and Sana have all discussed one familiar thing. There's one common theme that they all discuss, and it's finding a common ground between Gen Z and older generations. There's obviously a 50-year gap, and a lot changes in the 50 years, but if we're able to strike this common ground, we create a platform where we can understand both sides. Older generations are naturally conservative because they were taught to live a certain workaholic lifestyle, where at every stage in the corporate ladder, they're taught to give it their all. You can't tell a 60-year-old to quit his job to pursue his passions, but you can tell a 21-year-old to do that. So if we're able to create a common ground where those 60-year-olds can understand that those 21-year-olds want some change, want some flexibility, want to pursue different skills and want to pursue different passions, but present that change in a very methodical and slow way, you're able to change conservative mindsets, and you're able to find some common ground between these volatile younger generations and extremely conservative older ones.
We'll take another question from the judge.
It's not a question, but it's like an observation. Do we have a choice? Okay, we have to work together, right? Generations changes, right? Listen, we are all global companies. We work across different countries. You think they're all the same? No. I have a daughter, Gen Z, Gen X. What, I just say we don't work together in the house or we don't? No. Listen, this is an evolution. Look at it in a different angle. Just that the evolution and the change is a little faster than what it used to be. So you're accelerating too many changes coming at you at the same time. We got to figure out how to live together and make the best out of it. That's my comment.
If you could come up with another term other than the older generation. Can we be Gen O or something?
That was almost 75 times you said.
Yeah. And if you go into the workplace and you do that, you're in deep, you might as well turn around and leave. And by the way, the older generation worked that hard so that your generation can have the life that you need to live. And you obviously got the message, so you can do what you want to do to be successful, do what you love. So that was them working so hard to get you there. Don't forget that. But I gotta say, just that if you're indicative of Gen Z, I feel so much better about the youth of today. I gotta tell you, I hired a Gen Z 2 weeks ago, and he blew me away. His skills, his knowledge, his wanting to work, his wanting to be in the workplace and not remote at home, because he recognizes that that's where he can learn the quickest. And he's just loving it, and everybody's loving him. But he didn't call anybody in the older generation.
No, I totally echo what Hal said. I mean, if you guys are joining the workforce, can't wait to have you on board. Quick question. I heard a lot about digital, right? Like how you guys reach people digitally and how you communicate digitally. But in many industries, the key market segments are still not entirely digital, right? The purchasing power still lies with boomers, with Gen Xers, who all of them may not be marketing or at least, transacting digitally as much as you guys do. Do you see yourselves having the risk of sort of being very one-dimensional in terms of how you interact and communicate with each other, and then struggling to sort of bridge that gap when you get into a space where you clearly got to have to transact across generations?
Youthfulness is an asset, and it can be a risk in certain senses, but I believe that if you're running a business, there's a short-term strategy and a long-term strategy. And this is why you have a mix of people from Gen Y, people from Gen X, and people from Gen Z. We all mentioned a common ground. once we reach that common ground, it's also, not only is it Gen X's responsibility to understand Gen Z, but it's also Gen Z's responsibility to understand the perspectives of Gen X's. It's about establishing this common ground. And in terms of a short-term and long-term strategy, it works both ways. Our youthfulness is an asset in terms of driving long-term solutions, but our ability to learn and our ability to adapt and try new skills is also an asset in the short term.
I think, to answer your question, yeah, it could be a risk that we could be one-dimensional, especially with the pandemic on Zoom. Constantly, we have this mindset of how Zoom is, and we've become very comfortable with that. But another thing that we've gotten from the pandemic is adaptability and how we can change to certain things. And if there's necessary for change, we can learn. We will persevere to make that change and do better for the company. So if not everybody is using digital aids, we can teach them as well. So giving, like Arnav said, like that common ground, giving something, but also taking something back. So it's learning from both sides that can be helpful for the entire company.
All right, big round of applause to all the panelists. Big round of applause to all the judges, the audience. Thank you, everyone. Bear with us, we would like to start our award ceremony. Well, all the judges, oh, actually.
We got it.
thank you all. I need to first thank and appreciate the patience of our judges, our industry leaders. So thank you. Yes, we are almost 1 hour past our time with a lot of questions and interesting panels. Yes, I'm glad if you're looking at the clock and surprised. I'm very happy about it. Yes, we are 1 hour late. We usually do not have, we don't go beyond the time. This is probably the first time that an event at EnspirED Academy has gone so much, but it's probably because of the engagement and lovely questions, thought-provoking questions that you have come up with, and really made the Gen Z think more. I'm sure this is broadcasted live, and everything is going to be out there, and more people are going to learn from what we discussed today. The one thing I believe in is there is already a big shortage in the future. The biggest deficit that I see is not something to do with money, but it is something to do with leadership. The world is facing a leadership deficit. It's been proven by everyone. And what we do at EnspirED Academy as part of it is fixing the problem both from the front end and from the back end. We're creating youth leaders, and we are also doing leadership training for whoever wants to do in the form of adults or any kind of organizations for that matter. And now I'm only talking about youth because it's a youth leadership conference. And these students you heard today have been going through rigorous training for the past 5 to 6 years. And leadership is something that we want to inculcate. It is something that we cannot learn from books. And this is my belief that if leadership can be learned from self-help books, then the person who visits Barnes & Noble the most frequently would be the best leader in the world. So that is exactly what we do. We make them go through a lot of confidence building programs, public speaking programs, and on top of it, they go through internships. Grilling internships for more than 2 to 3 years. I know some of these students have interned for at least 4 to 4.5 years. And during those internship process, we teach them work ethics, how to take responsibility, what kind of attitude you have. All the individual ideas that they discussed is through the experiences that they have learned in school as part of internships, and how they have helped a lot more other students get better. We have some of our new interns who are sitting here. You have talked to them, and they were trained by these people. And they have seen the value of bringing change in reality. They have witnessed that. They have started by training students who did not know anything about public speaking to a level where they can give an inspirational speech for 10 minutes. And they have seen that difference and how they have made that change, and that is what is slowly transforming them into leaders. They're all work in progress, for sure. But I can vouch that they are way better than what anybody else would see in this age group. Because, let me give you one simple example. They all know this is a competition. Let us talk to corporate America about this. This is a competition. You look at any corporate setting that we have. When there is a teamwork, when only one person in that team, all of you put the team in projects. And when the team knows it's only one person who's going to get the promotion, will they help each other? Will they discuss? Will they be friends? But probably the surface level. But deep down within, it's always looking themselves as a competitor. Is that leadership? Leadership is not about how I win. The leadership is about how our team wins, how we are able to get better with the project, the bigger goal. And these 5 people have been helping each other. And they know it's a competition. They do not know each other's topic. They do not know what they have done, but they have been supporting each other. If one person had to come for some meeting, okay, it's okay, you go ahead, let me come later. And this is what we call as collaboration skills, and how they're able to communicate and collaborate effectively so that overall EnspirED becomes a success. They were not thinking about their speech becoming a success. They were not thinking about them getting the first place. They were thinking about this conference becoming a success. That is what leadership is all about. So without further ado, let us go on with the award ceremony. The first award is going to be for everyone who've completed the course. So everybody gets a very tall trophy, yes, and the last announcement would be the winner of EnspirED. Okay.
Would all the judges please come to the stage for the award ceremony?
Teamwork, leadership.
So this is the beauty of Gen Z. Everybody gets an award.
First up, we'd like to call Nish Sutari onto stage.
Picture. You can be the center.
Yes.
Yep.
Next up, Sashi Korea.
Me.
We are having a game.
Next up, Sana Sate. Next is Keshav Karthik. And finally, Arnav Rastogi. Congratulations to everyone.
And now it's time to announce our winner. We have a drum roll suggested, so we might as well. The first place winner is Sana Sataye.
They're all in there, Gen Z.
Okay.
You get more work, nothing else. I can tell you, it has always been a very, very tough thing. That's why in my spreadsheet, I don't need a mic. Okay, in my spreadsheet, each and every year, we have been having this tough competition. In the spreadsheet, There was a time when I was only having 2 decimal points in my final calculation. This time I had 4. Because last time we had a tie. So I had to go through 4 decimal points, and you won't believe the difference between the sana and the next one is 0.596. 0.596 is the difference. And this is how. So this has always surprised me. I know it is a tough job for you as a panel, but I'm proud that we are making your job tougher. Thank you very much. I would really like to give our thank you. It is a small token of our love. So, thank you much. Small token of our love. So yes, and the last year's winners were Sriram and Vishal, as we had a tie. Yeah, I'm glad this time we did not have a tie, so we have one. What we do is, yeah, we'll call the next person. So when we do that, they will be the moderator, they will be the MC for the next EnspirED, and welcome to the club. And we are also announcing we are having a big fundraiser that we always do, the SWAY, which is for benefiting some non-profit organization each and every time. And this year, the SWAY coordinator is going to be Nidhi, and we'd like to call her on stage. I know, will you be able to walk? She had a surgery, so yeah. Are you okay? Yeah. Just want to introduce you. So yes, she will be reaching out to you very soon for more help. It is going to happen in March, and congratulations on that. And again, it is a position that they earn; they're just not given. So because of her credit, congratulations. So thank you very much. If you have anything to say, please go ahead.
Tell you this. I'm always inspired with the EnspirED Academy events and for this painful process of judging. And it is painful because they're also good and inspiring, I tell you. And it's so hard to judge. But thanks for the opportunity.
I'll just say that, we came in thinking it's going to be 3 hours and a 45-minute panel, and, I honestly don't know where the time went. When you said we were 1 hour over, I really hadn't realized that. So it's full credit to all you guys who are fantastic.
I was feeling guilty that I was making you also.
Heartfelt congratulations, you guys were awesome. I would hire either one of you in a second. And congratulations to incredible parents you must have, because they've done a good job.
I echo what my fellow panelists said. This is a little bit like, let me try my Gen Z language here. YouTube Shorts, maybe that's not the thing. I kept wanting more and more of this, and I just couldn't see the time go by. Congratulations, very well done. Statistician in me says that if you ran the simulation 1,000 times, which we do, I think you might have had each one of you as winners. So in my books, you guys are all winners. So. Yeah, I mean, in the past couple of your sessions, you just keep delivering great hits each time. And I just may it long continue and wish you the very best as you scale this game.
Well, I would tell you, evening well spent. Great job. Corporate America is ready.
Thank you.
We good?
Yes, sir. Please take it. All right, with that, EnspirED is over. So thank you to all the judges, the speakers, the audience. Thank you for